morning, board. Thank you, Heidi. That's what I was going to ask is whether or not you were going to hit the record button. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Days.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Ardella, are you ready?
Yes.
Heidi, are you ready?
Yes.
Cheryl, are you ready?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I said yes. Somebody
Okay. Don, good morning. Are you ready?
Good morning, I am.
Okay. I show the time at 9 a.m. So I'd call this meeting to order of the Whitewater Township Board, June 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. If everyone will stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call when ready, please.
Here, Bennett. Here, Glenn.
Here.
Tom.
Here.
Pat.
Here. Any changes to the meeting agenda?
I would opinion for the board's consideration that new business item number 7 be moved up to and reclassified as unfinished business number 2. I think a case should be made that it's a continuation of last month's item, but I will follow my colleagues.
So Don, your proposal is
To move
to make new business number 2. Sure.
Yeah.
Any other changes or adjustments? Motion to approve the agenda as amended. Can I get a second?
Motion or you, okay, I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Yes, Bennett.
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
Pat.
Yes. Is there anyone in the Township Hall wishing to make a public comment? Please make your way to the podium. And anyone on Zoom, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function. Thank you.
Good morning, Ardell Bennett, citizen, treasurer, you all know me. The reason I am coming up here today and making a public comment has to do with, I'm not gonna be able to stay for the meeting, I have a treasurer's meeting to get my millage rates today. So I will not be able to stay, I do apologize for that. But because of that, I wanted to address a couple of things in the board packet before I go. As you know, this weekend was the annual township cleanup day. All went very well, despite the cold weather and the rain that happened. We had 9 containers of scrap metal that was taken to Erickson's, and about the same tonnage as we did last year. Because of the parking lot reconfiguration, we ended up doing a different method, and it seemed to work out okay, trying to keep traffic off from the road. With that being said, we also had a rather unpleasant confrontational issue with 2 people wanting to turn this event into a campaigning opportunity. We have never used this event for that and asked them to stop. Got us nowhere. And to be honest, it did get the best of me, and I acted wrongly. And for that, and for my part, I do apologize for that. Because I normally don't just get triggered like that, but I did. I'm human. Well, that's really all I have to say about that at this particular point. I don't want it to be turned into I violate somebody's First Amendment rights. Because I didn't. Next is new business number 6. Newsletter questioning by Heidi Ballmer. For 16 years, I and my deputy, Lois McLean, have done the entire production of the newsletter 3 times a year. It's quite a job, it takes a lot of time, which I do not get additional compensation. It's a lot of work. For 16 years, we have promoted local farmers and businesses in our spring newsletter. No less than 2 times has this gone to legal about is it allowed or not. And just so you know, it is allowed to promote your township's tourism. But by all means, waste taxpayers' money, take it for a 3rd time. Money is not being used wrong. The township park itself, at one point, paid for advertising in various places to promote tourism of the campground. So if it's wrong for us to promote our farmers, why was it okay for us to promote the campground, which is an enterprise venture? It makes money, it makes profit. Heidi, you have said that there are concerned citizens out there, but during your whole page memo with no motion, you neglect to say who these people are. Could they be the same people who support the New Day group? If these citizens are so concerned, why are they not coming forward to make their own complaint? Why are they relying on you to do it? Remember, it's been 16 years, so I think we know why. Heidi, you've been on this board for almost 40 years, and you have never once complained about the content of our newsletter. Not once. But now you're concerned. Supervisor Pop has been on the board for 12 years, 14, and he's never had a concern until he found out then he had a concern. This is a shameful attempt to try to sabotage my campaign. Shame on you, Heidi, for putting this type of stuff in our board packet. I expect better from you. The ends do not justify the means, especially when you compromise your own integrity. What I feel you have done today is just that. Since my candidacy, I have been made public, I have received 2 threats against me. One by Supervisor Pop and one by Vicki Bean in writing, which I have forwarded to legal. How sad that someone like myself who has served this township admirably admirably for 16 years is attacked all because I dare to run for a local position. How I must threaten a few people and their goals and their objectives and agendas. All I can think is you must not really have very much confidence in your candidate that you're supporting to stoop to such threats against me and trying to trash me in a public board packing. It's very sad. I will run honorably. I will not be pulled down to this trash. I will tell the people what it is I can do. And the little I know from my opponent, Linda Slopsma, she's more than capable of running her own campaign and informing the public what she can do for them. She doesn't need underhandedness happening. And I would like to ask it to stop. Just let the people decide. I'm willing to do that. Are you? If you have any other issues with the newsletter, I suggest you start doing it yourself. You do all the work. You do all the putting together the articles, the printing, the folding, the stuffing, the labeling, the stamping, and getting it to the post office. I suggest you do that. Otherwise, stop complaining. Because of this, I need to inform the board that I will not be producing a July newsletter for the township. I will not have the newsletter used against me. So, like many things that have been attacked in this township that just stopped happening because of it, this is just one more thing. And they can thank you, Heidi, for that. I will, however, will be sending out information in the tax bill related to treasurer office only information that has to do with taxes that I've always done. So don't think that I'm trying to do an end run, because I'm not. I won't. If people want to know why our board has been so dysfunctional these last 4 years, all they have to do is look at item number 6. Just look at it, and you can see where the antagonism is actually coming from. Why we can't get along. Why there's personal attacks. Heidi, you never even bothered to pick up the phone or send an email to ask me about this. Instead, you chose to try to air dirty laundry. What you thought was in public. And you did not even check the legal on it. You just decided to throw dirt. Perfect example is dysfunction. Again, I apologize I can't stay for today's meeting. I'm sorry I had to do it this way. If I didn't have a treasurer's meeting, I would have stayed and addressed this exact same thing at number 6. Thank you.
Anyone else in Township Hall?
Morning, my name is Vicki Bean. I live on Bags Road, and this definitely is being added for the comments that Ardella just made. I did send an email. In no way was this a threat. My email was used in the past by Lois McLean. The only reason she had it when she was campaigning was through the use of her office in the township. So I made sure that Ardella and Lois are aware that we are watching if they are using unfair means to be reaching out to the community. There was no threat. So I'm going to stand up for myself on that. I thought I would remind Clerk Goss and Treasurer Bennett about the First Amendment of the United States of America. The First Amendment states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. For those that would like to hear this in simple English, it guarantees freedom of expression by prohibiting Congress from restricting the press or the rights of individuals to speak freely. It also guarantees the right of citizens to assemble peaceably and to petition their government. As you've already heard, the township had trash day on Saturday. Several candidates and supporters of these candidates went to the event to share information about their campaign so that the citizens of Whitewater Township could meet them and get to know them. They wore t-shirts like the one I have on today. that listed the candidates as well as handed out flyers. Speaking to people, handing out flyers and wearing t-shirts are all part of our First Amendment rights. I personally called the state of police, and it was confirmed that there was nothing illegal about this. In fact, Lois McLean campaigned in past trash days, and no one chased her down to intimidate her to leave. Last I knew, the school is a public property, and for sure the road in front of it is. There was not an election going on, so I'm not sure what the big concern was. Trash Day is a community event. Boss Bennett and McLean do not own that event. Boss and Bennett have tried several times to stop our First Amendment in the past, reaching out to the ZBA to tell them not to read a letter that was sent from a taxpayer, malfeasance at its core definition. Shame on you, Boss Bennett and Mr. Bennett. Your bullying will not stop us from getting a new board in place. I do want to thank Don, Ron, and Heidi for all that you have given to this township. Today's packet highlights so many items that the clerk had yet to finish, and the treasurer has missed 1 out of every 4 meetings over the last few years. That means the treasurer was only here 75% of the time. How many of us would still have our jobs if we only showed up 75% of the time? Not to mention how little the treasurer is even in the office. I would like to propose having an event that would allow all of the citizens to be the candidates so that we can all learn what each of you stand for. I personally am concerned that several of the candidates will continue to push their personal agendas and will not listen to those that actually elect the board. I'm a business owner that has lived in Whitewater Township for many years. I have never been able to put an ad in the newsletter that is sent out to all the residents. Although I'm not one that initially reached out to Heidi, I certainly concur with that. Who made the decision to allow this? Did the businesses pay for it? Even church programs and bulletins have somebody paid to be in there. One last item, shame on you, Boss and Bennett. You have influenced the PC and ZBA way too many times. Not sure it is legal that the clerk had a PC member read her letter regarding the Bags Road lawsuit. By the way, you will be hearing from our attorneys about the case. We are tired of your shenanigans and our voices will be heard. We the people have had enough. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, but
Anyone else in the township hall?
the speaker is very echoey. Is there a speaker on in the back that's picking up all the background noise? It's very hard to hear with all the chairs scraping, doors slamming. You can hear paper shuffling. It's very annoying. It's never been like that for a board meeting.
Yeah, Connie, I don't know if there's one, I don't see one on the back, but I think there's one pointed towards the speaker that might be reverberating. Maybe that'll help, I don't know.
Thank you. I think it did.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Michelle Howard. I live at 435 West 11th Street, but I'm also the Traverse Area District Library Director. And with me is my marketing manager, Heather Brady, who has a little show and tell to go with what I'm about to say. Is thank you for having this meeting, I guess, and having public comment, which I know you have to do legally. But I did email a packet to all of you with some facts and figures, because on August 6th, the library millage will be on the ballot. So I'm just here to tell you some factual information about that. Basically, the library is 6 physical locations, but 1 library card gives you access to all of those things. We also have a half location, which we drove today, which is our bookmobile. And that helps us reach areas that are far from our physical buildings. And out there is probably like one of those places where we are hoping to expand library services to people who can't reach us. And what you're gonna see too is, if you visit all of our locations, is we really try to truly meet the needs of the community based on their collections and the services they provide. Together, we all circulate about 1.3 million items. We have about 420,000 visitors a year. And there's a whole bunch of people who just use our digital services that we never see in our buildings. But really, those facts and figures and what you have and what we emailed you is only a little bit about the true story about how libraries help our communities to meet the needs of what they need every day in their lives. We truly consider ourselves a cradle to grave service, where we start with story times and we end with mail service for people who have visual or hearing impairments who can still get books. So some examples of what we do and how we do it is, East Bay, we have a relationship with East Bay Township. Our library is too small for story times. We outgrew it. So we go into the East Bay building and we're starting to get 40, 50 people there for story time. So then we expanded to 2 story times. And we have families coming from all over to go to East Bay story time. At Kingsley, they have a really vibrant teen program. At a time where I know a lot of teens feel lost, we have about 15 kids show up to play Dungeons and Dragons every day, which was really cool when I was a kid, but not so much now, I thought, but apparently it's back. At the main library at Woodmere, we have a teen writing group and a very vibrant teen volunteer group. So we get hundreds of teens to come into the library and volunteer. We also help people find jobs. We all provide services to finding jobs, to taking tests, the ASVAB, the CDL, the SAT, the ACT, the CET, the GRE, we have all that stuff. Pleasantville Community Library has a wonderful local history collection. And I see all your history stuff here. We would love to help. We'll reach out to your historical society to help digitize, to preserve that history that's so important. Interlochen Public Library, if you haven't been there, they have a professional kitchen. And so they teach everyone how to cook, even teenagers. And teach them about different ways of healthy cooking. Fife Lake actually has partnered with the schools because the schools don't have a librarian. So they actually go in and provide library services to the schools there. So we all do things that we can for our community. We also help veterans. We host a veterans art display. We at the main library do a 1-day free will for veterans on Veterans Day, like always around November 10th. And so if you know anybody who needs a will, have them come in. We also host a variety of programs, including a knitting program. We have cooking programs, we have book clubs, and you name it, grief counseling. We really try to meet the needs of our community. You'll see everything from high school couples studying to business people working in our libraries. In fact, the other day, Heather was at the library on a Sunday and she said, at one point, 2 nuns and a guy with a monkey walked into the library. That's not your typical day, but we had a Zoom program in the children's garden and it was a Sunday and then nuns came after church. So you just never know who's gonna show up at your library. Finally, probably the biggest thing I'm proud of this year is we started to partner with Feed America. And I don't know if you guys have a bulletin board, but we offer free lunches for kids at the main library on Woodmere, East Bay, Kingsley, and Interlochen. And yesterday we gave away 213 free lunches for kids at our kids. So we know kids are hungry and we want to try to help our communities that way. Overall, we give about a 264% return based on what we collected in knowledge and then what goes back to the community. That's based on our statistics for circulating materials, programs, and databases that we provide to everyone. So overall, we're really proud and happy for what we do. We serve our patrons who are your constituents and also our members of our community. So I know you don't take questions, or don't have, there's not a question time right now, but my contact information is in the packets that we sent you, so please reach out, or if you have constituents that have questions or concerns, have them reach out to me, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's
Thank
still
you.
very echoey. Ron, are you picking that up?
There seems to be a lot of noise coming from the gallery.
It seems like there's a back speaker somewhere that's picking up all that noise. It's very hard to hear the speaker.
We do have to pay attention, there is no doubt. So I think I would start off by asking the gallery to try and be as quiet as possible.
It's never done that before for a board meeting.
Speaker.
Just the cameras.
Patty, can you still hear them or just the cameras?
I can specifically hear people talking in the gallery and I can hear papers shuffling. It's that sensitive. So it's blocking out the speaker at the podium, and that's not fair.
Is the camera speaker off in the back?
I have a speaker.
I can hear, like when Vicky just spoke, I could hear her pretty clearly.
Camera doesn't have a speaker.
Can you hear this? No.
Melissa, do you know where the speaker is on the camera?
No, I have no idea.
Can't change anything else other than what I've changed.
I think we'll move forward, please. So if there's someone at the podium that would like to make a comment, please do so. And those folks in the gallery, if you can just be extra mindful, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Deborah Gale. Connie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
I live at 11447 Michigan 72 East in Whitewater. First, I'd like to address Clerk Goss again for highlighting again the latest grand total of the township's legal bills. Each time you do this, it just serves as a reminder that the autonomy and lack of oversight that the former zoning administrator Bob Hall enjoyed has come back to bite us all. After all, it was his mistake that led to all this. Further, it reminds us that you all refused to correct the error yourselves when it could have been easier. I also noticed in the agenda for this meeting that there are still 4 action items as a result of 4 past motions that were made over the course of the entire last year, the oldest dating June 13th, 2023. All of the action items that the clerk was to complete, all our action items that the clerk was to complete as a result of all 4 motions passing, and they all still remain incomplete and not done. Maybe instead of constantly calling out constituents, scheming to create drama, tallying up outrageous legal fees that the attorneys are charging us, you should do your job. That's just a thought. I came here also to draw attention to the ridiculous and comical behavior that the clerk and treasurer displayed this past weekend at the community dump day. Candidates for the upcoming board election were not obstructing traffic. They were greeting and chatting as people inched their way very slowly to drop off their junk. I do thank the treasurer for apologizing, for yelling over, running after, and interrupting conversations that didn't pertain to her. Nobody was attacking her, they were just discussing their vision, and it wasn't about her. State police confirmed that it is not illegal to greet people, introduce oneself, and announce that you'd like to better our township, aka campaigning. It is not illegal to campaign on school grounds as long as there isn't an active election happening. Just because you didn't think to do it doesn't mean that they can't. The treasurer and clerk state that it was unethical and nobody has ever done this before. But many constituents have pointed out that Lois did exactly the same thing when she was running. Was she unethical? I don't think so. Nobody jumped on her at the time. I would say they took a cold day, they took a lemon of a situation and made it into lemonade by greeting people. It's time to grow up and be professional. None of these candidates were campaigning in a negative way. Their messages were all positive. I'm guessing many folks saw how the treasurer behaved Saturday, and that won't bode well for her candidacy. It is fair to campaign for an election. For Ardella to ask that nobody campaign is ludicrous. I think she was campaigning just now in reading her statement. Last, I'd like to praise Deb Graber, our new zoning administrator, who is doing a phenomenal job. This is such an important role in our township. It requires a competent, detail-oriented person with strong experience. I've been reading all of her reports since she started. I am very impressed with the level of detail. Good job, Deb, from a fellow Deb. She was a really good hire. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vicki Emerson. I'm sorry to sound a bit repetitive, but I was also at Junk Day wearing this same t-shirt. Unfortunately, a lot of what I have to say has already been said. But I am a lifetime resident of Whitewater Township. I certainly was not treated as a respectful citizen of the township by Clerk Goss, Treasurer Bennett. To those who follow township news, we all know that there are 5 positions open on Whitewater Township Board, and these are up for election this year. Unfortunately, there are many citizens who are not aware of this and deserve to be informed. Myself and others have spent much time searching for qualified candidates with strong leadership, experience, and skill sets to complement these positions. We believe the citizens of the township want a township board that can work together, working as a team, working with subcommittees, and within the guidelines of the master plan, township ordinances, as well as receiving citizen input for the greater good of the community. I don't see where an agenda always perceives what the community wants. A good example of that is the marijuana situation. How many times was the township surveyed? And it was pushed through anyways, and had to be changed later on with much legal expense to the township. The annual township cleanup day was held June 9th this year, and it was advertised as a public event open to the citizens of Whitewater Township, being held at a public school. As already mentioned, it was confirmed with the state police prior to our arrival that it was convened at this event. No different than any other event. For example, going to Harbor Days, there are always politicians walking the street and participating in the festivals. Any other festival you go to, you're likely to see people campaigning. It's part of the norm, and it is campaign season. If someone isn't interested, they ignore it, say no thanks, no big deal, and life goes on. The First Amendment of the US Constitution protects the freedom of speech and allows people to peacefully assemble or to gather or to associate with a group of people for social, economic, political, or religious purposes. Speech constitutes expressions that are far more than just words, but also what people wear. Clerk Goss and Treasurer Bennett, what gives you the right to censor and control campaigning at a public event? You do not own this event. It is time to stop the bullying, harassment, and interference with those citizens in this township who are running for township board positions. Just like a baseball game, there are 2 teams. One team does not treat the other with harassment, disrespect, and trying to overspeak their voices or prevent voices from being heard. There was no hesitancy on either of your parts, meaning Bennett and Goss, to give false information, insisting campaigning wasn't allowed, informing us we couldn't be there. That clearly is a violation of our rights. Is this the best way to serve the citizens of Whitewater Township by trying to silence people's voices and keep the citizens in the dark by trying to prevent them from meeting the candidates or receiving literature? You claim this event is supposed to be fun. I doubt that people sitting in a lineup are having fun. But they saw how unprofessional and ridiculous it was to have Treasurer Bennett and her husband chasing behind Wendy Hoeksma as she was trying to campaign, claiming it was unethical. Those people in the cars were actually laughing and cheering Wendy on. She was not obstructing cars and kept telling them to move forward. The majority of the people found it to be a very positive experience. We're happy to have information. At this event, I had no idea that there was a dress code to be enforced. I was told I could not wear this same t-shirt that I have on right now. Nor was I allowed to even be there with the shirt on. Treasurer Bennick told me I could turn my t-shirt inside out, or basically I would have to leave. Wow. Wow. Someone needs to become familiar with the First Amendment. I wonder if I had a bumper sticker on my car and I was seen at Myers, would I be told I had to leave because I had a campaign sticker?
Let's wrap it up if possible, please.
I'm almost done. Thank you for the reminder. Lois McLean, candidate for treasurer, was there directing traffic, yet feedback indicates her comments to people were interpreted as a form of campaigning at times. Was she treated like the four of us were treated? Absolutely not. I believe an apology to the candidates, Wendy Holtzma, Jill Coster, Denise Peltman, and myself is in order. I look forward to the day when there's a new team that can work together with respect, professionalism, efficiency, and follow the law. I'm requesting that this document be part of the permanent record to the minutes. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Hey, so, years, 5 years ago, I'm not sure exactly, I saw an article that Ron Cobb had, and I think the State Association paper that he wanted was, I think he said desperate for somebody of the parent to join the PC.
Carl, can you please move a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, sure. So I called him, we discussed it and had some interviews, and I was appointed to the PC by the board. I knew nothing about township government, so before I attended the first meeting, I read the MTA planning and CBA book on the subject. It's not that thick. So I did that, try to get some information before I attended the first meeting. Also, in addition, standing on, I attended some seminars and conferences regarding planning and adhering to the master plan, avoiding litigation, those kind of things. And some of those conferences were also members of the board. About 2.5 years ago or so, the ZBA required, or not ZBA, the ZBA required a new member from the PC. As I understand it, state law requires one member of the township to be the PC to be on the ZBA board. That's required by state law. The reason being to provide information to the board on the spirit and meaning of our regulations. Again, what happened is no one on the PC would volunteer to fill this position, and this is a required position. Now, everybody just kind of looked at me. I didn't want to do it because I really didn't know what it was all. But I had the time and energy, so I agreed. Next, since then I've taken 3 NSU courses, extension courses, offered, and the first one was certification as a citizen planner. The second one was regarding inland lake and stream issues, and I'm carrying it on a plate. The third one was recently offered one to become a zoning board of appeal certification. That was about a 6-week course where we spent 3-4 hours a week online, and we were tested, so, and I passed that and it's approved. So I was also about a year ago, half ago, I was reappointed to the 2.5 years ago, reappointed to the planning commission, and it was assumed, as I understand it, that also included the ZBA, as I was continuing member of the PC. A few weeks ago, Ron Todd called me and said there had become an issue over my reappointment. That some citizen had written a letter saying that we had not followed our bylaws on the PC and reappointing me. Wanted me to come in and discuss it. I knew it was going on. I suspected. You know, it's not my first rodeo. I was in corporate business for large companies for 40 years. So I came in and he assured me, well, this was, you know, just a regular, you know, kind of misunderstanding, and it can be all cleared up. Well, by the way, I forgot my first name. I have always been treated very well by every member of the township board, including Ron Pop, especially Ron Pop, helping me over and over again with issues. He spent a lot of time with me, so I have no agenda here against anybody. I have been treated very nicely by everybody, but up till now. Ron also said he would take it up with our chairman, Linda Sosama, and everything to take care of. Yeah, before I got home, I had to have that. Sure enough, 2 days later, I got an email letter from her saying that she wanted somebody else to be approved for this position at the ZBA. So, and she would bring it up at our meeting last week. And I don't know what to tell you about what happened there, other than it was an absolute revolt, and she was thoroughly humiliated. And I don't understand. I can't always stop the her. But this, you know, I'm no idiot. I knew what was going on. This all backs up to the last August meeting where we granted the variance. So what happened stunned me. Every member, not every member, almost every member said when she asked for a different person, they all refused to nominate anybody but me. That was loud and clear by everyone except Heidi Cross. And then she was flustered. She didn't do her homework. She didn't canvass the board before. They used to do that. I mean, then she asked, would anybody else be willing to serve? They all said no. So we're right back where we were 2.5 years ago when this position was open and the board had to make a decision. You only had one candidate and no one else was willing to serve. That candidate was ill prepared at the time for the position, and that was me. Well, now today you have this on your agenda again. And the record at the beginning of, I had to rely on the other members. I have to respect all those guys, and especially Chairman. So here we are today. I can't tell you what I'd like to say, but you guys aren't between a rock and a hard place. So I don't know what you're gonna do. I'm the only candidate. Obviously, some people on the board do not want me. I know the reason why. I'm sorry, I've done everything. Every one of our decisions has stood up. We had one from last year that was appealed to circuit court, and their appeal was rejected. I'm just one of the 4 people in there. I don't make all the decisions. So I just leave it at that. I thank you for all of our support class, and good luck. Have a nice day.
Oh, don't leave, I got something for you. Take this reading material, I'm sure you'll find it very interesting.
Yeah, I got yours.
Anyone else in Township Hall wishing to make public comment?
Yes, I'm up here, Ryan.
Okay,
I'm on. Okay, I'll stand up here as private citizen trustee, but I'm gonna turn this around, because I work for the people. All the people, not just some of the people. Now, of course, everyone that's lambasted me or had something to say has left the building. Awesome. I put an agenda item on there with no motion because it needs a discussion, has to take place, but maybe we should know the whole story. So after Ardella printed all these brochures, I think she had about 1,300 in it, the supervisor asked her why she was advertising again. Apparently we never seen it. Okay. I can't wait to be a private citizen again. Another reason why I didn't run, because toxic is contagious. And I know enough to step away from toxicity. Even though toxic has IC at the end of it, I'm used to being in IC all the time, no problem. But as far as advertising in the newsletter, if she needed more information, she usually asks. She usually has too much information. Sometimes you even get left out. Okay, but the problem is there's more businesses than just these. There's a citizen that just started a cattle farm. If we're gonna advertise, we either have to charge because we didn't do it for the greater good. We only picked what we wanted. Not really good. Let's see, I was picked on PC members. Well, everybody has their own opinion, but what Carl left with that nobody understands is he left with the information that he seems to think is correct, but he never read the whole page. Because if Carl would have read the whole page, the citizens wouldn't be the aggrieved party right now. More information, kind of just like pot. Here I am again, holding factual information and no one wants to read it. Interesting, I've been trying to read the room. Wow, Mr. Golf Course, didn't know we had so much problem here, did ya? Kinda obvious now, isn't it? Kinda obvious. Hey, it's just gonna get better, because as a private citizen, I get my seat back. And last week was 9 years. 9 years I've sat in those seats. And the only reason I had to sit over there is because pot was not good for this community. Nice day.
anyone else in Township Hall wishing to make a comment?
Yes, good morning. My name is Rod Trump, 7711 Doak Way, and I'm part of High Point Golf Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Appreciate the support I've received from much of the community, as well as from several of you at times. I would like to highlight the fact that High Point represents a $28 million or more investment in the community here in this township, as well as in Acme Township. We employ dozens of local residents, and we'll employ dozens of more. We spend our money with local companies like Pop Excavating, like Hallmark Construction, like D&W Mechanical, like Top Line Electric, and we employ local professionals like Scott Joswiak and Courtney Danbrook. So we take our role as a member of the community very seriously. Obviously, these companies also employ local residents who are indirectly benefited by our project. We again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. We appreciate the opportunity to be a member of the community. We take the responsibility to be a good member of the community very seriously. And we want to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Anyone else in Township Hall wishing to make a public comment? Moving to Zoom, I see Connie Highmore. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning. Still disturbing that the sound is so awful today. It's hard to hear. I'd like to apologize to the golf course people for all the horrible comments they've had to hear today about our township government. What a shame. I'm so sorry. Once again, thank you, Clerk Goss, for doing all the calculations for us, stating that over $78,000 of taxpayer money has been wasted fighting a battle that was asking the board and the ZBA to follow the law. I know the residents will be dismayed at the dollar amount spent in this lawsuit, but I also hope they will be disgusted that most members of this board voted time and time again to break the law. We see that the township attorney capped the dollar amount for their legal fees. Did they feel bad for reaping such huge paychecks from our small community? In this lawsuit, the attorney advised the board to ask for mediation and then refused to negotiate. There were 3 attorneys present at the ZBA meeting in this case. Who monitors the attorney and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that firm is paid from our small rural township? Clerk Goss, do you report on every single lawsuit filed? Did you report on the marijuana debacle, the 6 figures it cost the township on that mess that you created? I know you don't. New day, new leadership. I thought it was very unprofessional and unethical for you, Clerk Goss, to send a written statement about the lawsuit to a planning commission member to read during their meeting last week. I'm surprised Carl Robel thought that it was proper. Was that message supported by the board, or was this just another time that you took into your own hands an opportunity to give your personal message to the people and bring shame on Mr. Robel? Shame on you for tampering with the Planning Commission's meeting in such a low-handed way. I don't know why I'm surprised. New day, new leadership. It was nice to hear of another successful cleanup day. I've heard from many people that they enjoyed talking to the candidates running for the board. How creative of them to take this opportunity to introduce themselves to members of the community while waiting in line in their cars. Many residents weren't even aware that all 5 seats of the board would be on the August ballot. Well done, candidates. New day, new leadership. Let's get on with the meeting. Ardella, your public comment shows the citizens of Whitewater Township that you are not a good candidate for supervisor. That is not leadership material that you put out today. There's only a few more meetings left where I have to, or we, the entire township, have to endure Clerk Goss and Treasurer Bennett's childish behavior and bully tactics. Whitewater Township residents, let your voices be heard on election day. New day, new leadership. I will be sending my comment to Clerk Goss to be added to the minutes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, Melissa. I see your hand is up.
Yes, good morning. So I just wanted to, sorry, 5044 Vinton Road, Williamsburg, resident. I'm also on the Parks Committee. I see that there is a correspondence that is in the board packet. I'm not sure why I didn't get this in an email form back when it was received. I certainly would have tried to address things a little bit quicker. So regarding correspondence on the Lossy Road nature trail project for the Grand Traverse ARPA grant funds that we received. I know that they're asking for an update report. So the PrAC will certainly be glad to put that together. We do have already a project timeline in place and with a few tweaks that have to be made based on the engineering documents, which I've received the preliminary documents and we will be getting the final version that we'll be discussing in next week's meeting. But so I do ask that the person, I believe in the board who discussed and wanted or had signed the contract for the grant was Treasurer Bennick. So my request is that correspondence and information be funneled back and forth from her to the Grand Traverse County. If she's going to be taking responsibility of paperwork and getting information to the PrAC and communicating back and forth on that, I think that's the appropriate method to that communication. I don't think there's an agenda item on the board packet today. So I just wanted to say that I'm acknowledging that we've seen it, and that the PrAC will certainly be putting together the updated report to get to the Grand Traverse County. And that's all I had.
Thank you. I have a brief public comment. I just want to make everyone aware that Mr. Trump indicated that he uses Pop Excavating for some of his work. Pop Excavating and Township Supervisor Ron Pop have no affiliation whatsoever with one another. So I just wanted to make that clear to everyone. Thank you. I see no more public comment. And is there anyone left in the hall wishing to make public comment? All right, then we will move into reports and presentations. I do not see a county board commissioner there. Is that correct?
That's correct. Nobody here.
Okay, so we will move on to the fire department report, which I believe is written in our packet. I do not see Josh there.
He's here.
Josh is here.
Oh,
I'm sitting in the
Josh, I'm sorry, you were hiding outside of the camera.
hiding by the AC, just take place to turn it on.
I apologize, sir.
No worries, thanks, Ron. But May was a very quiet month for the fire department, actually, so that was a good thing. We had 4 false alarm runs. I just want to make the community aware. If you have a false alarm, you're still gonna see us. We're still gonna come out and respond. We're gonna check things out. It also gives us a really good opportunity to make a face with you all and see your houses, kind of get an idea of what we could expect if we ever did have to go there. We did have one mutual aid wildfire, to Fife Lake, in this Fire Lakes complex. It's about a 6-hour event because it was back in the woods. We met up with the DNR and we just kind of let it burn because there's an area that after the blowdown just needed to burn. So that was a good call, got some good work in with some mutual aid departments. We did participate in the Memorial Day parade, but the weather kind of got in the way, so we actually opened up our station and did the event inside the station, which was nice because the veterans group is aging, so the walk to the cemeteries is getting a little bit harder. So we've kind of conveyed that we would open up our station in future years. That is all I have for the fire department right now. So it's like I said, it was a quiet month. I just spoke the magic word. So hopefully June treats us just the same. So thanks.
Chief Morgan, I have one question.
Yeah.
Please. I know you're juggling several balls here, and I appreciate everything that you've done and the attention you've given it, obviously. And I know before accepting the interim role, you were doing the training with the department. is training becoming a stress point, or are we staying current with it? Are we behind on anything, or
We are,
I'd rather be out in front of something if we need to do something.
yeah, no, Nick, my assistant chief and I are dual running the training officer roles at the current moment. We're still, May is kind of that month that we focus more on kind of some of the hazmat, we do a little bit more online stuff. Getting into next week, we're gonna get right back into our training regime, so that we're not missing any beats.
So everything's on schedule.
Yeah, everything's on schedule.
I trust you bring that up if we.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, we're.
Rather address it ahead. of time.
Training is my passion, so.
I know it is. Okay, all right.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Heidi, on the planning commission, is there anything outside of your report you need to want to report on?
Not really.
Okay,
Although if you didn't know, Dollar General came before us. And, we did give them a few conditions. At this last meeting, they satisfied all their conditions. They even changed the color of the Dollar General sign to a DG Market. So the sign will not be yellow and black, it will be green and yellow, more rural character. Other than thanks, Cheryl, for sending the letter out of chain of command. Really appreciate it. That's all I got.
okay. I'm sorry, was that it, Heidi?
Sure, this is humorous, Ryan. You're missing your face. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't miss nothing.
Exactly.
So Paddle-Antrim, good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone, Dina Jardee, for those who don't know her, is here to represent Paddle-Antrim in a 15-minute or less presentation. Dina, the floor is yours.
No problem, Ron, I promise I'll keep it less than that to the time. For those who don't know me, thanks for the introduction. I am the executive director of Paddle-Antrim. Our mission is to protect the waterways by connecting people through paddle sports. We feel that when we get people out on the water, they understand the importance of why we want to protect our waterways. We do that through education, providing access, and stewardship. And so we believe that when we get people out and we host the water trail and improve accessibility, it also helps the economic vitality of our region. So we have been working on the water trail for over 7 years as an organization. And so in 2021, we did a ribbon cutting. We appreciate Whitewater Township's support of the water trail and being one of 20 partners. So the water trail is in 4 counties. It's Charlevoix, Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Kalkaska. It takes 20 different partners, local government entities like the townships, the state, and the county and other nonprofits to create 84 access sites, providing over 100 miles of waterways through the chain of lakes. As the host, we maintain the signage at all of the access sites. We maintain a website, rack cards and materials available. We have a waterproof map and a digital map, so residents and visitors can understand where they can go on the water trail. We appreciate your partnership in making it happen. We do have rack cards and information. I saw you have some in the township hall. If there is ever any materials that you guys need here or at the park, please let us know. We'd be happy to provide information in either location as well. So we recently did a survey of water trail site owners as well as users and businesses. We had over 150 responses as we are working on updating the water trail plan. It was great to get feedback from people. Overall, it is positive. People are appreciating having access and information handy when they are out on the water trail or using it. We got comments about improving access, are some of the comments we've seen. People want to see more universal accessibility along the water trail. They want to see access sites in more places. There are some gaps where we have some larger distances between access sites that people are looking to have, access sites at a more frequent location. There is interest for us to continue to focus on stewardship and sharing the waterways and safety, all messages that we continue to do through all of our materials, both on signage and in our written materials. And so we look forward to continuing to work with our partners on individual access sites. So as you know, we don't own any of the access sites. We depend on people like you to work with us. We appreciate the improvements that you guys did to the township park recently. Those are great. We look forward to working with you if you want to continue to work on more paddling friendly access sites in the future as well. I know that was part of the discussions earlier on. And we look forward to continuing those conversations. You can only do so much at a time, and we completely realize that. As an organization, we've been around for 10 years. In the past 10 years, we've been able to get 2,300 people out on the water through events and classes, and we will continue to offer paddling events all summer long. We offer free events about every 2 weeks on different areas to get people engaged on the water trail. We truly feel that safety is important and encouraging people to be out. We want to encourage safety, so we offer introductory classes for both adults and youth to get people out on the water. We recently secured a large donation of kayaks, so we can actually offer classes and provide the boats if people don't have boats that they want to try the classes in. We're really excited to be able to expand our classes to more people that way. And so we also look forward to continuing to work with you guys on both Whitewater Township Park as well as Battle Creek natural area. And so Battle Creek is a great example of one of those areas. While people can't launch there, it does provide access for people as a stopping point as they're going around. So all of those different kinds of access sites are really important, and we look forward to kind of looking at where the gaps are and continuing to work on improvements into the future. This year, if you haven't seen, we are an example of us working with other entities on improvements. You'll see some improvements happening at Rotary Park in downtown Elk Rapids. Molon is out there as we speak right now. We helped them raise over $1 million to do some major improvements there. So there'll be a universal access site going in there, as well as restrooms, as well as the first permanent wash station, and protecting against invasive species is also very important as part of our stewardship message. And so the first non-motorized permanent wash station in the state of Michigan will be going into that park. And so we're really excited to see those kinds of improvements going in there, and looking forward to doing that and those in the future in other parks around the water trail. So with that, I open it up to questions from the board. If there is any questions you have about our work, our partnership, as we work with you on those 2 access sites. I did see that we do need to put our water trail sign, 1 sign back in the ground. We're happy to have our volunteers sink that sign. There's 2 signs that we have out there. If you guys want us to work with a specific person on where that goes, please let us know. We'd be happy to do that. We would like to get that sign back in the ground though, now that paddling season is up. So if you could advise me on who to work with to make sure we put it in a place that is where you guys want it, we can help get that back in the ground.
Is there a contact number in the package for you?
So yes, in the packet, you have our annual report is in there, and our contact information is in there.
I will make arrangements to get a contact point with you. So.
Perfect, to get the sign in. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Don, for doing that.
Anything else?
Yep. Keep up the good work.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys, and if you ever have questions or anything comes up, please reach out anytime. So I like to see you guys face to face at least once a year, but I'm happy to come back anytime. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. All right, good morning once again, crew. I guess I'll be looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Yes, Palmer?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Yes,
Alex is absent.
motion carries. That brings us to campground needs. As everybody probably has noticed, I made a mistake in the motion and did not include the labor to install in the number. And so if we look at packet page, let's see here. '74, '75, '74. We'll see that to install the 4 warm air dryers, it's actually going to be $4,300. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to have voltage electric install 4 warm air hand drivers in the campground bathhouse as quoted, as amended, as quote amended 5/29/2024, not to exceed $4,500.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I think this is a no-brainer. Because right now you're using paper towels, correct?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. You know, when I first looked at this, I looked at obviously just the first line item. So Don, do you still see value in this for the park, not only in paper towel savings, which will probably be minimal, but really it's the mess that is created by the paper towels as well as the hygiene issues created? You still see value in this?
I do. It's not just the economic value of it. It is the moving away from so much debris and I think there is some value and I think there's some proven studies on the sanitation side of it. So I still feel that the value of the project has intrinsic worth.
Will you be removing the paper towels then? It is right. I'm
And
not the paper towels.
my follow-up question, Don, would be the difference between the 43 and the 45 is for any potential cost overruns?
Ron, it's, we're going into a building that was built in 2002, and although the electrician has gone into the rafters and looked, Mr. Murphy has a tendency to pop up every now and then. It causes some problems. So I think it's just a safeguard against if we needed a breaker or a switch or some other type of component.
Understood. Those are all my questions. Anyone else have questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent. Glenn?
Yes.
Gomez, yes, Palmer?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries.
I have a question underneath this agenda item.
Underneath the unfinished business 1.
Yeah, campground needs. What is the status of the mower for Whitewater Township Park that was approved at the May 14th meeting? When is it going to be received?
I have some follow-up questions that will be dealt with later on in this agenda. Thank you. So according to my notes, we are moving new business.
Number 7.
Number 7 to unfinished business number 2.
That's correct.
Just before we get started, was everyone able to access the links appropriately?
Contained with the new business 7,
Yes.
I was able to.
I had no problem.
Did you find it helpful that you could keep your board packet open as well as the additional information? I'm trying to gauge whether or not the board likes this type of format.
The only concern I have is we do have people that aren't computer savvy, so they missed out on, I mean, if you don't have a computer to click the link, you're, I don't know what to tell you, getting a printed copy, you might miss out on some stuff, but technology is your friend, that's all I can say.
Any other comments?
I like the way it works. I like having the links rather than having a 500-page packet. The link, is easier to manage for me.
And Heidi, to address your concern, which is valid, I think that when we come across an agenda item like this, we could actually print those pages from the link and provide a complete hard copy.
Right, just leave it in Township Hall, and if they wanna come here and read it, they.
Well, I know that you like to work off of hard copies, and that's really why I'm asking for this input. If it doesn't work well for everybody, then we'll vacate it. But if it does, great. We'll keep practicing, I guess.
Well, like I said, technology is your friend, but you can't ignore the fact that some people don't use it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the input. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 24-11.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I have several items. I don't know if anybody is still there in the township hall or not.
But the golf course people are here, Josh is here, Doug Draper's here, and Vicky Emerson's here.
So on the downloaded packet, on the downloaded file, I'm sorry. Packet page 16, no. Packet page 18. And this deals with Brandon Flynn's review. I'm concerned that, for example, IFC 503.2.3. Really, all we say there is that access roads shall be designed and maintained to support the imposed loads of fire apparatus. There's no specification given there. And so while this is nothing the board can deal with, in future PC and fire reports, I expect to know the size of the fire truck we're supposed to support. Is it the brush truck at 30,000 pounds? Or is it the tanker at 89,000 pounds? We don't know. The next comment I have is on page 26 of the same document. And if you take a look at the highlighted new business area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line down starts out with Q&A of the PC members and Josiak. They're talking about the most significant concern is the condition of Moore Road. All of us at the board level understand that The only way more road is going to get improved for those, I'm gonna say 1.5 miles, maybe close to 2 miles, is for a special assessment district. So I think we need to be extremely cautious about what we strap our residents with who may not have the same amount of funds available to them as the golf course for road improvements. I would hope that any type of special assessment district would include a vote of the other property members. Of course, we know it will. And so they'll actually have the opportunity to decide whether or not improving that road is a good financial decision for them or not. Same document, packet page 28. It looks like we have some outdoor seating. I'm not sure if that pertains to the clubhouse or the bar, or maybe both. Is this an outdoor event issue? Those were my comments of this submittal.
I have some comments. So
Okay,
the golf course people are here. I'd like to know, last time your attorney came before us, you were entertaining the idea that it could possibly be public somehow. Eating, drinking, who knows? Have you changed your mind or put it into some kind of plan, or is it no?
Sure, I will speak to that, and I think the conversation last time was the fact that, understandably, you're concerned about the fact that private versus public, and can the public have access? Obviously, golf course is private. As we discussed, there are actually going to be 2 clubhouses on that property, one in Acme Township, one in Whitewater Township. And the conversations have certainly been, especially as part of a business model, that perhaps, one of those would obviously be open to potentially the public. There's also been discussion and initial discussions of potentially hosting public events there as well. So hopefully that addresses your concern.
But it's still in the planning stage, you haven't decided whether you're doing it or not?
Correct, yep. And that is solely because we are actually here before you in step 1, trying to, again, get your approval to proceed with obtaining a liquor license. Once we have that, obviously a critical piece of business model, and certainly from there, more of the planning can come about.
Hard to give the people's license away when there's no concrete evidence they'll be able to use it.
Certainly, and again, I hear your concern, and as I said, there has been certainly discussion that one of those clubhouses would obviously be open to the public, and that is not something that has been taken off the table whatsoever.
But this liquor license is in Whitewater, and you just said there's a clubhouse in Acme and a clubhouse in Whitewater.
Correct.
What if we lose? And Acme gets it? You'll still have a liquor license because you want the liquor license to conserve booze on the course, correct?
Correct, and actually we may end up with having to obtain 2 liquor licenses. So again, as I said, this is the very, very infant stage that we are in. And again, that's why we're here before you, to get your support, to be able to at least start step 1 with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, so that then we could have some more answers for you with respect to that.
Really wish the map was finished. I have so many issues, not with the project, just conversations and mistakes that were made by others. So you're not even bending here because you're not even making a decision whether the people can use their liquor license or not, so I can't vend either. But I get it, I understand what you need, but I'm waiting for a map to verify, because I read somewhere you can't have beer or booze in rec, so I don't know if any of your golf courses in rec, because I'm still waiting for this map.
And I'm sorry, when you refer to the map, are you, as far as zoning or?
Yeah, as far as
exactly?
zoning, because we went through, I mean, you can assume all you want, and you can look at a map, and you can go with what Bob already told you, but there's a map coming out. And I will make my decision off of that, but unfortunately, it's still not complete. It was supposed to be complete at our last PC meeting.
Sure.
But it wasn't.
Well, and my understanding it is zoned A1, which is a golf course used by right. I don't know if Scott could speak more to that.
I understand that, and I know I have read all the ordinances, I've read all the zoning ordinances. I understand that the board here 10 years ago, or in 2010, decided that ag didn't need a public hearing or anything. Well, the planning commission was misled a little because we were pretty sure that the buildings were coming back for a public hearing, but apparently they're not. So, understand my predicament here. I still need some kind of concrete, because my biggest concern is this is not the first time a private golf course is coming to this northern part. Kingsley, I've looked, they're doing pretty good with theirs, that's a duplicate to yours. But the one out on 31 isn't doing so well. They've had to, they're crying for the public, please come play, because they can't keep it afloat. They're having brunches on Sundays, I don't wanna see you fail, but I don't wanna see another liquor license sitting with a vacant restaurant.
Understood.
And that's where I stand, so I was hoping you would have come to some kind of business decision, but apparently you haven't, so I can't vote on maybe.
Well, again, I look forward to if we can get past this first stage, that we would be able to provide some more reassurance to you in the future.
Okay. Warm and fuzzy, but okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I have some comments.
Okay,
I feel bad for Ms. Danbrook having to come back a second time to deal with this really quite simple issue. Heidi did not inform us last month that this project has already had final approval at the planning commission back in March. She voted for that. They all knew that this was going to be a private golf course with, that was going to have a bar, food, and a bar service. And that wasn't any part of their qualms of anything. This was all approved. This is an initial step for them to, before they can go in front of the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. We have an extra liquor license in this township that has been available for 23 years. And no one has applied for it in 23 years. And now we have a group who has revitalized the High Point Golf Course, spent a lot of money. I heard $28 million investment earlier, with, of course, bringing many jobs to our community, and a lot of course, that's the ripple effect that goes out into the local economy from those jobs and from the vendors they hire. And to me, this is a very simple request to be given township approval. They've already met all the requirements. They've addressed the road issue. And they've addressed all the issues. They were given final approval by the planning commission more than 2 months ago. And so I don't understand why we aren't just getting a yes vote on this and letting them get on with the process that everyone has to go through. I'm not concerned at all that it's a private golf course. If you wanna go there and drink, become a member. There's lots of private golf courses. And quite frankly, what other private golf courses, whether they're doing well or whether they're doing poorly, has no bearing on this golf course. And I think that's just a red herring thrown out there to try to find some reason to not give these people local government approval for their liquor license application. Thank you.
Sure. Don, any comments?
I had raised some, concerns that I saw, based on the information that was available at the last meeting. Subsequently, I have taken it upon myself to investigate and figure out what was fact and fiction, and I have no further questions, and I'm ready to vote.
Okay. And I just want to clarify something that I have brought up at the initial meeting. And that is in regards to the access to state land. And when I used the word private, I was actually speaking about, I believe, that portion of Arnold Road that will no longer allow public access to state land. I have no issue whether it's a private golf club or not. So I just wanted to clarify my privacy issue is the elimination of public access to state land. That's it. Any final remarks?
I just have one. It was disturbing to read an ordinance that removes the public hearing in ag. And of 19,300 square feet clubhouse and a footprint 9,400 square feet. And this could have been handled in quite a few different ways. Unfortunately, people that were supposed to educate us at the PC level, most of the time wasn't there, so not an issue. We've corrected that issue. Moving forward, it shouldn't happen again. But I'm still a little concerned. It does say commercial construction. And to remove the public hearing from the people, and just because it's an ag, but you're gonna put a commercial building up, a little disturbing. I also too have a concern that will the golf course step up and help the people on Moore Road fix the road? Because we only discussed the dirt part, but whatever, these were concerns that the people won't even know exist because no public hearing for them. That's all I have.
Well, in response to that, Heidi, I share a lot of your frustrations, but the question in front of us is actually about a liquor license that the PC has already approved.
Yeah,
and my concern lies with the PC's approval, not necessarily the approval of the liquor license application. And so, why our PC allowed the elimination of public access, I have no idea. Why our PC thought that a private individual company can deal with the road commission on how to get the road repair, I have no idea. We all know that is not how that works. We all know that. So I'm just strictly voting on the liquor license here today, and the rest of the stuff just goes down in history.
in flames, right?
Hey, Ron, I
Yeah.
don't you see from the camera angle, when you had made your comment about the access to the rec land, Mr. Josaic, he raised his hand about, and I don't know if you were saying that rhetorically, or I believe he might have a response to your comment. I don't think you can see that he had his hand raised up to ask.
Yeah, I did not. Thank you, Don.
I don't have a problem with these streets.
I'm fine with him addressing.
Sure.
Yes, please.
I specifically wanted, Scott Joswiak, with Joswiak Consulting, the engineer with, bringing this project before you originally. I want to speak specifically about the access. There was no state access in Whitewater Township. We granted an easement to the state of Michigan off of Moore Road for firefighting and for logging operations. We've been working with the DNR, Patrick Cotan, exactly, on the whole issue. We are not promoting the closure of Arnold Road as much as they are. The state does not want access off Arnold Road. They've just gone through a big clearing operation. They are the ones that are wanting to preclude any more access in at that location. Patrick Cotan from the DNR, local, is indicating that access into that state area is off the end of Bates Road and then off of Moore Road. There's another access just a little bit beyond where we're at. We've been fully cooperative with the DNR in their decisions. Our information, their information, we've been dealing with many representatives at the state level to try and just grant an easement. You know what it takes to grant an easement to the state of Michigan? 5 months of giving something to the state of Michigan. It takes that long. We're almost through that process of giving them an easement. From that perspective, the fire department has immediate access into the woods at that corner. They never had access before. So we are not in a position where we're ramrodding some road closure through. The DNR is aligned with this decision. And so that is the whole subject of the matter. So as far as Whitewater Township is concerned, you have more access now. It will be only for the purposes of fire and logging operations, but they didn't have that before. So I just want to reiterate that it really sounds bad when we talk about stuff like this. And I just want to make sure we clear the air on it.
And just to be clear, Scott, the access I'm referring to is not in Whitewater Township, it's in Acme Township.
Yes, I know you're talking about that.
So
That's exactly
I have
what
no
we're
concern. I have no concern over what the DNR has or wants. I'm concerned about the public. So, but thank you for that attempted clarification. Are we ready to vote?
I am.
Okay. Heidi?
Sure.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Roll call when ready. Yes. Yes.
Ross, yes. Mahmood?
No.
Bennett is absent. Glenn?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right, so we will join our normally scheduled agenda back at new business number 1. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the flow.
All right. I will make a motion to hire Josh Morgan as the new Whitewater Township Fire Chief with the same salary, HSA insurance, and cell phone as previously expensed to our new entries placed in approved 24-25 budget to the previous fire chief or new hires. I will make that motion for discussion purposes.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
HSA. I don't know what that's referring to. We do not have outspending accounts.
What do we put in the budget for that, Ron? I didn't know what else to call it.
Well,
Stipend?
I think, well, Cheryl would be best to answer this, but I think that there was an additional stipend provided to Chief Flynn for, or to offset insurance costs.
That is false.
Didn't we put something in the budget in case we hired someone that needed it? That's what I thought we did. I didn't think it had anything to do with Chief Flynn. I thought we put something in the budget so that if we hired someone that needed insurance help, that there was a stipend available. Yeah, I'm wrong.
So Cheryl, the only stipend that you have is for the additional salary, correct?
Well, as a full-time employee, he was enrolled in the new pension plan. And so the new chief would be eligible for the pension plan. And yes, we did approve late, not, it was sometime after his hiring, I don't remember when, because Chief Flynn was hired in 2018. At some point, we gave him $50. Well, it started out being $40 a month for his cell phone, and in one budget year, it went up to $50.
Was there an Aflac component to that package?
Well, there's Aflac, but any member of the fire department is a member of Aflac.
Yeah, including the chief.
Yes.
Okay, that's.
The chief, Brandon Flynn is still a member of the Aflac, because, but that's a separate.
I understand that, I just want to make sure.
That's not a health savings account.
No, I understand it.
Right. It's not an HSA.
No.
Didn't we put something in for the budget for insurance?
We talked about
I thought we put like, it was a small amount.
Ron, Chief Morgan has his hand up to.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I was just looking at the fire fund and underlying 206 and then, 336, sorry. We put $17,000 into health insurance for this budget. And that's just all that is for the discussions when I was talking with Flynn of hiring and then potentially offsetting an HSA or allowing that person to go to open market if they needed to for insurance. That's all, so.
Yeah, and was that strictly for the chief?
That was not, yeah, I'm unaware, so.
But it is in the fire.
It was a placeholder, nothing has been done since the budget was approved on April 1st, along that, but. You know, I have to go back and look at my notes, but there was a discussion of having something like that in the township, and we budgeted that through different departments as a possibility. But there hasn't been any further action taken on that at this point.
The health insurance of $17,000, that is Aflac.
It was.
That's where Aflac gets paid out of, that line item, so that is Aflac, I believe. Let me just look. Seven 6336 714. I'm pretty sure that's what Aflac is doing. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Aflac, Teresa, I got it. Aflac is paid out of 713. Yeah, Aflac's paid out of 713, so we put $17,000 in 714 for some reason.
That's what I thought.
I don't know if that was strictly for the chief or if that was for all firefighters.
Well, if you had normalcy, like a chief and a deputy chief, or a chief and a lieutenant, or a chief, wherever his buddy is, he can have 2 or 3 different buddies, but that would split 2 full-time people for HSA, so that could be why it's in there. Correct, isn't it about $8,000, Josh? So 17, 8 times 8, you're 2 full-time employees, do they have insurance?
Just out of curiosity, group, unless a firefighter was full-time, would they be eligible for health insurance benefits?
Well, we don't have a health insurance policy, so I don't know how anyone can answer that question.
Well, I think according to our board policy and procedures, a full-time person would be eligible for those. And the only person in the fire department currently considered, or at least at budget time, and that's kind of where my point lies. At budget time, the only full-time person would have been a fire chief. And so I would think the money we set aside in 714 was for a single position. And I would, without referring to my notes, I would think that that was for a chief's position, because we did know at budget time that Chief Flynn was leaving.
I'm gonna say it was for 2 because the normal HSA is usually around 8,000, between 6 and 8. Got a full-time employee, but I put it in the motion.
So this is all good discussion. My concern with the motion outside of HSA insurance, right? And Heidi, I understand that you were using that as an example, and we can certainly modify the motion, no problem there. I think that we should have a job description. And I think as a board, we should determine a full-time position if they are eligible for health insurance. We did look at this a few months back. So, I know that it's difficult to get a policy. I think we were looking at 2 people then.
But this way, it's an HOA, you're on your own, they give you a stipend and you go get it yourself.
So I don't think the board had actually even come to that conclusion, Heidi, at least officially. Certainly in discussion, we had those questions and or comments, but how we were actually going to create that vehicle, I do not believe as an official decision has been made.
So what do we need to do?
Well, in my opinion, I think that we're jumping the gun a little bit here. I think we can get those questions answered about insurances. And Josh, we're assuming you're interested in insurance, but understanding your wife may have a better policy.
That is a correct assumption. My intention would be just to fund our HSA.
Sure. And so, board, that makes our decision, a little different. We're not actually looking for an insurance policy. We're looking to provide some dollar amount for, and this is the wrong term, HSA insurance. But essentially what we're attempting to do is create a health savings account, which will be held by a third party. The township is not capable of administering that.
For paperwork, would we be better off calling it an insurance stipend? And
well,
then it's a third party?
I think the whole idea of HSA is pre-tax dollars. Again, I don't think my research looked at, excuse my phone, I don't think my insurance looked, or my research looked at the possibility of just going with HSA. I think it looked at insurance only.
So is that something our insurance agent can do for us, or do we have to go out and find a contractor?
No, our insurance agent. All those things can't do that for us. I'm pretty sure he doesn't do health insurance.
That's interesting, cause my insurance guy knows everything, so that's interesting.
One additional just comment, it all might be a moot point because we're still researching to see if I don't know, and I don't know if we even hired a full-time firefighter as well. If that firefighter had a spouse who had insurance, we're not entirely sure, we have to do research if the township can give money to somebody else's HSA that they're not
Right.
into, so I understand that it's all a kind of a big gray
We
area.
wouldn't write the check to someone else's HSA. We
Yeah.
would write the check to the employee.
Yeah.
Right.
And they would do with it as they chose.
It'd be like a stipend, so you.
No,
I don't know, how would you get that it wouldn't be pre-tax?
no. If it was an HSA concern, all right, if that's what the township landed on, we would write our check to the third-party operator of the HSA. The employee would never, ever touch the dollars until
Correct.
they spent them on a qualified expense.
Correct.
And that's my point. We don't have an HSA. And you're telling me we're gonna get an HSA for one employee? I think we've been around this bush in the past. And when Kevin Manor, when I spoke to him about this previous medical insurance proposal that you brought to the board, there are laws that dictate who you have to, if you're gonna have a medical insurance program or an HSA or whatever you wanna call it, you can't just provide it to one employee, from my understanding. So we're talking about getting into a big expense that's not budgeted, and other people belonging to it, and stuff like that. And I would just say too, that if you're gonna have another, and I agree with that they want another full-time firefighter, but just remember, full-time employees are eligible for the pension plan. So you have to budget for that as well.
And I think we all understand that each employee would have their own eligibility, Cheryl. So we're not looking at having to supply this to every individual. We're talking about full-time individuals, Cheryl. So,
well, let me ask Josh. Josh, if you don't get a stipend towards a health savings account, is that a deal breaker for you? He's shaking his head no.
and I'm not sure what that has to do with, what that question has to do with making Whitewater Township a good employer. And that's what we're talking about here.
Well, Whitewater Township, hasn't had anything to do with health insurance for the entire 12 years that you've been on board and that I've been on the board. And so now all of a sudden we're and one previous employee that I know of had a health insurance stipend, and that was Leslie Myers. And she got paid something towards her health insurance premiums because she had to buy her own health insurance because the township did not have a health insurance policy. And what I'm saying is, if you're gonna dive into this health insurance thing, I think you're gonna find that there's some laws that dictate who is eligible, who has to be, from my discussions with Kevin Manor, who's been an insurance agent for a long time and knows the ins and outs of all this medical insurance stuff. And
do we take it?
Unfortunately, I don't think we really even need to go there. We don't have a lot of full-time employees, and I just don't think we need to even go there.
For the purposes of this discussion, would it be applicable to strike the HSA insurance language from the motion and restate it? I do agree that I think it is an intricate complex subject that is regulated, and I think to Cheryl's point, there are lots of questions, and I think it's a subject matter all in and of itself. I know we did put some money aside in with the fiscal year beginning April 1st. We just have not addressed that issue as a whole. I don't, according to Chief Morgan's nod there to the affirmation, it's not a deal breaker. I think the topic at hand, maybe restart the motion and move on, and knowing that we have to have a conversation of topical conversation about HSAs and health insurance separate of itself.
Or do you take it out and add a couple thousand onto the year and salary? And leave it at that, and he's responsible for his own insurance.
Well, then you need a budget amendment to change the salary, and also the motion
Well,
is
that's
very
interesting
vague.
because
Excuse me,
it's-
Heidi, I'm speaking. Also,
Oh
the
my
motion is
God.
very vague when it says with the same salary. The same salary is what? The salary for the chief that was approved in the 24-25 budget is $71,522. The salary needs to be specifically stated, what that's going to be, the offer of the salary. And also what the cell phone stipend is, it needs to be specifically stated what that is, so we have a meaningful motion. And future boards can figure it out.
Okay, the stipend was though, he used his phone.
Brandon Flynn used his personal cell phone and was paid $50 a month as a stipend towards his use of that phone for official township business.
Do we need to readdress the stipend for possible FirstNet? Because it's $60-some, and that's a fire police phone, instead of just giving him a regular phone.
We didn't give Brandon a phone.
I understand that, Cheryl, because he didn't want one, but some people like to leave their cell phone
Well, you probably
personal.
should have discussed that with Josh before the meeting, I guess. I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, because he was unaware. So there's a network out there called FirstNet. And the responders, everyone who's a responder or retired responder or still in the industry has access to this network. And when everybody else's network goes down, ours is supposed to stay up. So do we give him the cell phone stipend of $50 till we figure out the extra? Or do we give him the stipend for $50 and he pays the other $16? I don't know, but right now that bill is $65.50 a month if you want FirstNet and you're the only one on it. So
You're the one that seconded the motion, Heidi.
I get it, so maybe we need to fix it.
I'm not making a motion here, I'm just
Oh
telling
my
you what the
God.
history has been. And I'm telling you that there needs to be a specific amount for the salary and the cell phone stipend placed in the motion so that it makes sense.
All right.
And it's specific. When you have these things to do with money, you state specific amounts.
I am going to withdraw my motion because I do not believe we are prepared to act on this item today. I think a lot of good points have been brought by many people, and I do think we need to include Mr. Morgan into, solving some of these issues. And so I'm going to remove my motion.
And I have a new motion. I'm gonna make a motion to
I didn't
appoint.
remove my second, but that's quite all right.
There's no motion, so there's no second. I'm making a motion to appoint Josh Morgan as the Whitewater Township Fire Chief at a salary of $71,522 annually. Effective immediately.
As far as the phone stipend, do you wanna add The phone stipend?
That's not part of my motion, Becky.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I am, Josh, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm not going to support this motion at this time because I think we still need a job description for the chief. I know supposedly it's in the ordinance, but we need to have some of these questions ironed out. And so, obviously, my personal situation has inhibited growth on this particular topic. And I apologize to you for that, but none of us know what tomorrow holds for any of us. So we're going to do the best we can, and that's that.
Chief Morgan has his hand up.
I unfortunately will have to withdraw my desire to be fire chief if we can't make a movement on this in the foreseeable few weeks. Only due to the fact that I have to give my employer the due diligence to find somebody else as my replacement. I've worked too hard for 16 years in the industry I'm at to leave them high and dry if we push this for one more month. Secondly, my team behind me is desperate for leadership, and it's very hard to give leadership when there is nothing concrete or set in stone. I care very much about this township and the residents, and I want to see us give them the best ability. Cell phone stipend aside, HSA aside, that's all things we can talk about at a later date. I'm a fair and reasonable human being, and I understand this board and we can come to some sort of agreement on all of those things at a later date. They are not things that will impede me from wanting to do this job. I don't care about those things. I care about making sure our township has the people in place. And also, I do my due diligence with my current employer and leave an industry that I've been in for 16 years in a better spot than I found it. So that's all.
And I would like to reiterate, yes, all anybody has to do if they want to see the fire chief's job description is look in the ordinance creating the fire department that was passed in 2018. I don't remember the specific number of it right now. You all have it. And that is the fire chief's job description. And in order to change the fire chief's job description, we would have to have another changes to the ordinance and have to go to public hearing, all that kind of stuff. Josh doesn't have time to wait around for that. The fire chief's job description that was come up with has served the township well. There's simply no reason to, he knows what the fire chief job description is. We all know what the fire chief job description is. And I hate to lose this candidate because of, somebody, I feel like fictitious roadblocks are being thrown up to appoint Josh, and he's definitely super highly qualified for this position. And he lives right here in the township. We've got an extraordinary opportunity to appoint an extraordinary person to this position. We have a salary set, and I would just urge that we just get this handled and not lose this candidate, because it's gonna be months, and then there's gonna be turmoil in the fire department in the meantime without leadership, as Josh says, and that is going to create lots of other problems. We need a smooth, seamless transition between Chief Flynn and Josh Morgan, who has been with the department for several years. And in order to not add to the board's issues, we need a smooth, seamless transition between those two people. Certainly no one can argue that Brandon Flynn was an outstanding fire chief, and I believe that Josh Morgan will follow closely in his footsteps and be an outstanding fire chief as well.
I'd also like to make a comment that I'd like to leave the cell phone stipend out, because I'd like to look into the FirstNet program It's apparently without taxes, it's only like $39.95. He needs to have that network instead of somebody else's network, because if he has to go on an incident as chief and he has to mutual aid, he needs that network to operate on. And it's called FirstNet. Please do some homework.
It's not part of my motion, Heidi. So
I know it's not, but
you
I'm.
can look into it and bring it back.
Cheryl, you're screaming, you're in my ears.
I'm not screaming, I'm sorry, my voice, is not the best, and so I'm talking so that people can hear me, both here and on Zoom.
Cheryl, can you please repeat your motion?
I made a motion to appoint Josh Morgan as the Whitewater Township Fire Chief at a salary of $71,522 annually, effective immediately.
And I had seconded that, Ron.
Yes, thank you, Don.
And I'd
Further
like,
comments or discussions?
I'd like to add one more comment. A discussion arose this past week with a private citizen. Wanted to know our response time. I knew where our ambulance was. I was embarrassed to ask, but I told them anyways. They weren't impressed. If our ambulance is so far away that we can't give the people the response we need, then we need to start changing things. And we can't afford to lose our leadership in the fire department. And if they're excited with their new leader, that's awesome. But leaders also get followed. That's my only concern. So I'm ready to vote.
Final comments? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett is absent, Goss, yes, Bonner.
Yes. Sorry, there's no audience here, sir.
Fine.
Congratulations.
Good. I just accept contingent, I would like a written offer, if possible.
Is that possible, Brian?
Yep.
Just so it's formal.
Can you give him a date when you have that done by, please?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
So I would think, Don, that we would use our same offer of employment forms. Do you concur?
Yeah, I think that's it's just straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. So really, what we'll do, Josh, is just basically using our offer of employment forms. We'll repeat the motion that Clerk Goss puts in the minutes. And Ward, do you see any reason to wait for approved minutes or just the, for example, maybe even the synopsis, which will be out in about 8 days?
I think if it's an accurate reading of the motion, I don't see any reason that we have to wait for the approved minutes.
Cheryl, what's your thought?
My motion is that this job is effective immediately. Josh wants a written offer, so he just wants it put in writing, probably so he can sign it. And I don't know what more is gonna be in it, other than, Whitewater Township Fire Chief salary of $71,522.
Well, we would certainly make reference to the ordinance, because as many people have said, we all know what the ordinance reads, but I bet you can't tell me the first word in it. So it would reference the ordinance. It would reference the wage. And it would also reference his eligibility to the 10% pension program.
So you'll be preparing an offer of employment, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I need.
Will you be giving them a P&T manual or an administrative, whatever you call it, manual, Cheryl?
No, I won't.
Okay, I'll be for you.
The fire department has all of their own operating procedures. They have very extensive, policies and procedures. They're all in
That's
place.
why there's 35, 40 pages in that manual relating to the fire department, because they have it. Okay. Write another for you, no worries.
Congratulations, Josh.
So moving on to new business number 2. I'll make a motion to discuss this part-time firefighter proposal.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Josh, are you still in the township hall?
I am, yep.
All right. So you may have a different copy of this, but under job description, and I'm looking specifically at electronic packet page 92. Under knowledge and skills and abilities. Those are 2 different headings where I would expect to see some mention of medical in both of those.
Okay. Hope that makes sense.
That was really my only comment about what you had written. A less important comment about what you had written is on page 91. And it's in the first bullet point, respond to all emergencies in Whitewater Township. The word all bothers me. For example, maybe this person, he or she is away. Maybe out of township, for example. So I wonder if there's a better word.
Yeah, I think my intention was that was for when they were on shift. They would respond to all.
Oh, okay.
But I understand the potential confusion, because if they were out on another call, that kind of negates.
So then that would be one word addition would clear that up perfectly, Josh.
Yep. While on duty, I can just strike the all, respond to emergencies in Whitewater Township.
While on duty?
While on duty.
Yeah, and you could leave the word all if you add while on duty. Perfectly resolves my low-level concern.
Okay. Noted, and we'll amend.
And then bullet point 3, I think, provides first responder level emergency medical care of sick or injured. Could easily be copied to the other 2 bullet points or job description headers under knowledge and skills and abilities. And I think that would clear that up. But you may have different wording, and I'm fine with that.
Do you want to use it? Go ahead.
And then my last comment is, we don't have enough funding for what Josh wants to do under 706. The math doesn't include the Social Security or FICA. I suppose we could find that number and add to the 42,000. But my thought is that we actually split whatever this cost ends up being between fire and ambulance, just like we do with, garbage pickup, hot water, electricity. Because I think data will show this person will respond more to medical than will to actual fire department stuff. Would that be a fair assessment in your opinion, Josh?
It is a fair assessment. Assistant Chief Carpenter, I have found a way in our CAD system to allow us, hopefully, to potentially dispatch us on medical runs during the time that this person is working. So our call volume will increase.
But our response time is gonna decrease.
And our response time will decrease.
Yeah.
And we will be assisting MMR, will be the first students responding when MMR is responding out of that.
Yeah, and I like the concept. It's something that, Chief Flynn and I had been trying to come up with a tiered response system. And I think we need this personally.
That was my intention, was to start stage one of dipping our feet into what everybody else around us is doing.
Yep, I like it. So Cheryl, from your perspective, what would we have to do as far as budget amendments to split half of this or whatever number the board decides to come up with? I mean, I'm just using 50% because that's what we've done in the past. What would we have to do as far as budget amendments to transfer half of this cost to the ambulance fund?
While she's looking, can I ask Josh a question?
Well, no, hold on just a second here. Okay, so you're talking about what's in the 706 account?
No, 706, I believe we funded during budget at 42,000.
Yes.
And I'm saying that we should have budgeted potentially maybe somewhat less than that, but for conversation purposes, 42,000 in the ambulance line 706.
Well, the ambulance doesn't have a 706 line item, so that would have to be added, and then you'd have to bring a budget amendment to add that to the ambulance fund, and how much money would be left in the fire fund, and how much would be go to the ambulance fund 706 line item. Along with, you will have to calculate the Social Security and Medicare on those wages in the ambulance fund.
I believe that was the initial conversation, that the 42,000 won't fund Josh's person because we didn't include during budget time Social Security or FICA. So.
Well, I don't know if you did or not, because you'd have to look at your 715 line item. It's my understanding, I haven't done the calculations, it's my understanding that that 715 and 716 line item in the fire fund takes into account all the wage line items in the fire fund. If it didn't, it should have.
So if we take a look at Josh's math on packet page 94, we can let's see, we take just for round numbers 36,960 and multiply that by 7.6. Whoop, that's wrong. That's a big number.
That's way wrong.
Well, it looks like it would just cover 42 would just cover.
That's what's remaining for our budget cycle this year. I mean, it's gonna take us a month to hire somebody anyway, so.
Right. So I guess I'm thinking that, if we divided 42 in half, let's call it 22,000, 21,000, whatever you want to call it. That amount of money should also be allocated, rebudgeted, redistributed in the ambulance fund, and it should be paid for from the ambulance millage.
Because you're helping them out, so it makes sense to do it that way.
So, I think what we're trying to do here, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, is to kind of bridge a gap, because I'm going to make a statement which is probably controversial, Josh. Please feel free to deny it or support it, but I think most people are saved by BLS ambulance services. And even though we're not providing a transport service, we're still providing at least an MFR. I would like to move that up to a basic EMT, but we'll get there someday. And so I think just being able to get somebody on site to provide some emergent triage, potentially report back to the transporting ambulance that says, hey, this is not a code 2, it's a code 1, or vice versa. I think it just adds additional safety to everyone involved.
It does, and it helps the county out in the sense of if we have to go to the casino for a lift assist, we can do the lift assist and
With 2 people.
you get 2 people, myself and this firefighter, and we can actually stand in the bar down so they can be available for more critical 911 calls. So.
Yeah. So we've got a lot going on here. And again, should we do some more thinking about account numbers? Does the board have any wish to split half of this, what Josh has proposed, and let's for right now just say $42,000? Does the board have any wish to split this between ambulance and fire?
Absolutely, I think we should split it with ambulance. We didn't put any rent in there.
Don, what's your thought?
I think it should be split. I think we're acknowledging in the job description that it's going to be service on both sides of the coin. For lack of better, is 50-50 the right number? I don't know, but I think it's a fair starting point. And I think we, like anything else, it's a new program. We wanted this position for quite a while, or been supportive of it. And if we have to make an adjustment further down the road, or the new board has to make an adjustment to get the numbers squared away, I think it's a reasonable starting point to split it 50-50.
Cheryl, what are your comments?
Well, first of all, I don't know what Heidi's talking about, we didn't put any rent in there. MMR pays rent every month, they have for 9 years.
Well, we didn't up the rent. We haven't upped it in 9 years.
Well, okay, but they're still paying rent, okay? And also, I don't care if that's what you wanna do, fine, just bring the budget amendment to the next meeting.
I didn't understand your last comment, Cheryl.
If that's what you wanna do, then just bring a budget amendment to the next meeting. It has to be voted on by the board.
Right. So, Josh, what do you think about working on this between now and the next meeting, figuring out how to split it? We'll get all of the taxes figured out, and we bring this back next month for final approvals.
And no, I just wanted to bring this proposal forward just to kind of get the discussion started. Didn't expect to be putting an ad out tomorrow morning, but would like to try to get something out over the month of July. It's just kind of my goal. So.
Yeah, and then I tried to research the maximum hours for a fire department person, and I came up with an odd number of 168 hours in 21 days. Is that in your,
Would that be for an individual person,
yes?
just working the 32s? Or,
So
or just in general, what a normal firefighter would work in a month if they were full-time?
yeah, and so I was trying to determine whether or not these 32 hours per week would be considered full-time.
I was kind of considering this as a part-time firefighter position, much like Metro Fire does their part-time position. You can work up to a certain amount of hours during a pay period, and then you don't qualify for health insurance. I could do a little more research from our neighbors, see what their part-time.
And I see that Traverse City is hiring, you know, I think they're offering 51,200.
Yeah, that's
Plus,
full-time,
And that's the EMT too, right?
yeah.
Was that for an EMT too?
I believe so, and, you know, would I love to move it to where we have something there 7 days a week? Yes, but I think this is our perfect starting point till we work out how the budgeting is gonna work and what the actual cost is gonna be. Because it does become pretty costly once you wanna start, you know, adding 3 people to cover 3 shifts a week. And we move into that cycle, a Kelly schedule.
That gets crazy.
It gets crazy,
Oh, yeah.
so.
Okay. So, I guess I made a motion to discuss it. Have we discussed it and come up with a viable plan forward? Heidi,
I think so, as long as Josh is okay with this. He needs to
Cheryl,
do the work.
We need to see the plan in writing, so apparently this is gonna be brought back in July.
Don,
I'm in the same position. What I'm landing on is needs a little bit of detail and cleanup, and I think we'll be ready to bring this back for the July meeting.
Yep, yeah, and Cheryl, I'll meet with you just outside of the board meeting, just to go over the smaller financials that,
Sure,
so that way everything's set, so.
sure.
Could you look into that first, Nat?
Yeah.
I mean, I can help you with it.
well then, if that's going to be the case, and Cheryl, why don't you just bring back this business plan?
I'm not going to, I don't have time, we're ramping up, for our election, I will not have time to get to this.
Then
So-
Josh, you and I will handle the budget as well.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll help if you need it.
I mean, if Josh has some questions, I'll take his phone calls or visit anytime.
Moving on to new business number 3. Don, this was brought by you, sir. Do you have a motion?
Motion to approve the 2 park rangers hourly pay rates effective June 11th, 2024. Natalie Stirk at $19.10 per hour, and Jordan Thomas at $19.10 per hour.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Just, we don't have any, I don't know if we have all of Natalie's paperwork, we have some, and Jordan Thomas I've never heard of, so, we don't have any of their paperwork.
Natalie informed me last week that she's ready to turn it into you. I gave her instructions to call you and schedule an appointment for
Oh,
her
okay,
here. And Josh had some other things and we're working through them, so you don't have anything on it yet,
Okay,
but we're working through that. Yeah, look for a call from Natalie.
perfect.
Any other board comments or discussion?
I have a quick question, Don. I see your Bonnie Babcock, turning all the paperwork, but I have no time sheet. Did she work or not?
No, she was on vacation for a couple days, and so she's on the schedule this week, so.
Okay, all right.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett is absent, Domino,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion carries. New business number 4, lawn maintenance agreements. I will make a motion to accept the bid from West Wind Outdoors LLC dated May 27th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m. for the 24 lawn maintenance and cleanups.
I have a question, did we buy a lawnmower?
I'll second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Further comments?
I don't see,
Heidi?
I don't see the emergency services building on there, so who's going to be doing the mowing over there?
Well, the board approved this to be posted. So if you had a question about it, Cheryl, you know.
Well, I didn't notice that it wasn't on there when we approved it, so now my question is, who's going to do the mowing at the fire station?
I have no idea. That's my answer.
Did we buy a lawnmower?
So, good question, Heidi. So I was making sure that the board still wanted to move forward with that purchase this year if we were going to subcontract. All of your questions that you had during the May meeting still exist. I've not made any movement towards purchase of storage or the equipment.
And this plan's going nowhere fast, so then we need, but if we forgot to put that in the contract, can we really approve this contract without the emergency services building?
Well, you know, I don't think we really have a choice, quite frankly. And I think what we will have to do is just add the emergency services building as an amendment to it. And whatever they bid, they bid.
Okay, we have to sell something, the grass is over my knees.
Yeah, I get it.
I almost drove my lawnmower down there and did it myself.
You're welcome to do that.
I know, I'll sign an affidavit as a volunteer too. So what are we doing here, folks?
I think that we should address the fact that, you know, the bid is not on the form we specified. The bid was late.
Well, seeing as how it's your only bid, I don't think you got too much room to complain about it.
It's not a complaint, Cheryl. It's the fact that we need to address accepting a proposal that didn't fall into the instructions. It's not a complaint. It's
Well,
a
what's the alternative?
realization.
Well, what's the alternative?
Order the lawnmower? I don't know.
Well, Don said the lawnmower was only going to be used at Whitewater Township Park.
Yeah, I don't know how that opinion got communicated, because I mean, we were looking at taking care of all properties.
Correct.
That's my understanding. Now, maybe it would be stored at the park, which is what I think it would be, but
Was that based on the fact that there's nothing to haul with?
No, my comment, and I'm trying to recall, I said something along those lines, it wasn't.
I just asked where it was gonna be
Yeah,
used.
I think we talked about, there was concerns about where sheltering it and safely. If in fact that we ended up with a lawn service agreement, then the mower would be primarily used at the park. But that wasn't as a complete exclusion to everything else. There still had to be things worked out with trailering and.
Right, yeah.
And so, the mindset that when I made that comment would probably just center around, if it's being stored there, it's gonna be used there but not exclusively if we could develop a plan to move it about, so. So, statement's accurate in its sense, it just needs to be framed.
Are we ready to vote?
I am. I'm gonna go first, so this.
Roll call when ready.
Ah,
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Palmview,
Yep.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
I will get insurance certificates and I think because the actual form that the actual bid form that the vendor was supposed to fill out has has multiple signatures on it. I think I'll just have Mr. Hamilton redo the bid process or redo the bid form. And that way we've got our bases covered. Does the board have any problem with that?
You're gonna add the emergency services building?
No, I think that what we'll do is just have an amendment to the original agreement because that's what was published in the paper. And so that'll be just an amendment, but I will not change what we posted in the newspaper.
Okay.
and when will are you going to take care of this independent contractor agreement? We need a signed contract before we can pay.
Agreed. Yeah, Cheryl, agreed.
So you're gonna get that taken care of?
Yep.
The completed independent contractor agreement?
All right. New business number 5. So motion to discuss ZBA appointment.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. I got an email from Linda Slopesma, who said the board had selected Carl, but would give me a full recommendation upon approval of those minutes. And then I heard Carl's comment. Did he resign today?
No.
I'm sorry?
He did not resign. You've already told him he's not on there. Deb Graber is not planning on him. There's a ZBA meeting in 2 days, on the 13th. And Deb Graber, at your direction, has not provided Carl with the packet and included him as a member who's going to be voting on that decision 2 days from now, which is, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. Carl has been, it's no fault of his that you didn't reappoint him at the end of 22. And as far as I know, the 12 years that I've been on the board, the PC has never re-recommended somebody that was already on the ZBA, has not had to re-recommend them in order for them to be appointed for a continued term on the PC. The motion today should be to appoint Carl Rubel as the planning commission representative to the zoning board of appeals, effective immediately and, ending, with his term, or coinciding with his term on the planning commission. Let's
Well,
not,
thank
let's
you.
not tie the hands. What was gonna happen, if we don't get an appointment done on further ZBA, for a ZBA a planning commission representative of the ZBA, what if what if one person doesn't show up on, 2 days from now, and the applicant who has paid $500 to have a special date for a ZBA meeting, because this is not the regular meeting date for the ZBA. They've paid $500, and let's say something happens to one of the 3 members, the person is not being served by the township because there will not be a quorum. So these games, where we're playing with, and it was done to the planning commission too for years, that they had barely enough people to hold a meeting. And now, it's just, that is not public service. That is some kind of games that are being played, and the public is the one to suffer for it. It's a travesty. Complete travesty.
Thank you for your diatribe, Cheryl, but it's not my fault that the planning commission nor Carl Rubel knew what his bylaws stated. So you can give them all the training you want. You can do whatever you want, but if they don't know their own bylaws, then where are we?
Well, let's stop.
So that includes you, Cheryl.
Want to shame and blame everybody. You were the one who made the original appointment that expired 12/31/2022, and you knew that Carl's appointment was expiring. Excuse me, Heidi, his representative to the ZBA appointment was expiring 12/31/22. Yet here we are on June 11th of 2024, halfway through Carl's next term, and this is a problem. You're the one who knew that appointment was expiring. You're the one that brings appointments. Please don't. And there's been such a revolving door of people on the PC that, I'm not gonna fault the PC for that. That's your appointment.
And you should read the PC bylaws.
And I've read the PC bylaws.
So you know what you just said is absolutely wrong.
Well,
good for you.
You've read the PC bylaws yourself. You could have nudged the PC. Hey, PC, this appointment expired 12/31/2022, and we need someone from the PC to be on the zoning board of appeals. Now, you didn't recall anything about this until recently, and now all of a sudden, now it's possibly going to affect the township's zoning board of appeals service to the public.
Point of order, didn't you just say you fixed the problem when you found out about it, Ron? I think you did. That's what we're doing right now.
Well, then why aren't we appointing Carl today? I'm sorry, Heidi, my voice is very weak, and this is all I can muster, okay? So, whatever, let's move on here with the agenda. I've got lots of other things to get done.
So my email, I'm sorry, Don, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I heard 2 things and I'm one of them's wrong, and I don't know which one. Cheryl, you were adamant about saying that and I think this is what I heard you say, don't put words in your mouth, but this is what I thought you said was that the PC appointment by Carl Robel did in fact not have to be renewed and in fact rolled over regardless of an appointment or not.
I'm telling you.
And I'm paraphrasing your words.
Yes, and I'm telling you that in my 12 years on the board, I have never seen where someone who was the planning commission's representative to the ZBA had to be reappointed when they were reappointed to the planning commission.
So the reappointment of Carl to the planning commission de facto continued his role in the ZBA based on the precedent that we've done in the past, is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you that that is the process that has been followed.
And Ron, you know, you guys have obviously been around long enough to be on the same term. And being the supervisor doing those appointments, what am I missing here? What is the protocol? Is it is it supposed to be a separate?
Yes, it is. The PC bylaws indicate that the PC chair will forward the recommendation to the supervisor for recommendation to the board. So I don't know when those provisions actually got put in. If the board will recall, the planning commission has changed their bylaws like 3 or 4 times just in the 2023 year alone. And so
the annual report, right, so
you know, thinking along those lines, and you know, Cheryl certainly has a valid statement that I didn't recall Kim Mangus's recommendation or email of Carl when we first appointed him to the planning commission, but yet it took place. And so it must have been, the bylaws must have been in effect already in 2021 or whatever it was. So, you know, clearly this was an oversight of what the PC bylaws are. And my point earlier is that while the chair runs the meeting, every member of the planning commission should know what their bylaws say. And so I reject the fact that I'm supposed to nudge the individual board members or the individual bodies that operate in the township of what their duties are. They should know.
And they don't, you know, and you're the one that has in front of you or immediate access to when your appointments are expiring, because you're bringing new appointments every December. And so the planning commission, you know, they're not worried about that. They're only wanting to know who on their, who on their body needs to get a letter in to you if they want to be reappointed. And their appointment to the ZBA is not front and center in what they're doing. Is it in their bylaws? Sure. But I mean, the day-to-day business that the PC handles is, you know, they look at their bylaws maybe once a year and then they don't look at them after that. So it's just a travesty that we have, this issue should have been dealt with a long time ago, and for one reason and another it hasn't been, and now we have a ZBA meeting coming up in 2 days that you know, hopefully everyone is well and doesn't have any family emergencies, and the 3 that, you know, are sitting will be able to be at the meeting, but then that's just a basic quorum of the thing. Carl Rubel has been the person on the planning commission who has gone above and beyond on his own initiative to become educated about what his role is on the planning commission, what his role is on the ZBA. I've cut more reimbursement checks to him for educational activities that he signed up for than anybody else in the 12 years I've been here. And he's somebody who is very diligent in his approach to things, and he's been a huge asset on the zoning board of appeals. And this minor technicality, as I say, I don't know why he can't just be, and Carl himself said, and I even heard from someone else who attended the PC meeting, no one else on the PC wants to be appointed to the zoning board of appeals. Carl is it. I don't know why this is being belabored.
Ron, I have a statement and a question.
Yeah.
I agree with some of what Cheryl says. I do have a different viewpoint though regarding the PC and their responsibility. They have been very adamant and very aggressive in the past 18 months, 2 years, talking about how they are taking charge of their bylaws and that this board does not oversee those, that they are in charge of setting those things themselves. That to me those statements, although I'm completely comfortable with those statements, I think that they fail to understand the responsibility that comes with monitoring and administering and adhering to their bylaws. I think to allow them to say that, well, they don't have time, well, they wanted to be in charge of that. So I find their culpability is there. The question I have is, I've heard a number of things bounced around here. Can somebody just maybe succinctly, that has better information or understanding of this, tell me what would be the proper next step, whether that's 1, 2, or 3, what would be the proper next step to work within the current administrative rules to fix this problem?
Well, I would like to comment on that, Don. And this was the basis of my initial conversation regarding this topic. If the board is comfortable with accepting, draft minutes and, just an email from Linda, which says this ZBA representation recommendation. This topic was discussed at 6/5/2024 PC meeting under new business. We can all verify that from their packet. The only volunteer for the position was Carl Rubel. The minutes of the meeting will be reviewed for the PC for approval at the 7/11/2024 PC meeting. And so I assume from that, and that's the end of the email, I assume that Carl was the PC's recommendation, but it does say he was the only volunteer. I don't know what, if anything, to read into it.
Just so you know, I nominated someone that was in the discussion.
But they must have not accepted, Heidi.
Nope, she didn't.
Okay, so
I was trying to put the female on there, but that didn't work, so whatever.
Heidi, were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was.
Did the PC vote to move Carl forward to the ZBA?
Yes, it did. I did not vote.
Okay, so their minutes then would reflect that Carl was the recommendation to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was their recommendation. Like I said, I did not vote. It's not my
So Don, to answer your question, we just have to be, I guess, acceptant that, my email from Linda really didn't say, this is our recommendation. It said he was the only volunteer. But from Carl's earlier testimony and the testimony we just heard from Heidi, I assume he's the recommended person from the PC. And so I would make a motion to make him the PC representative to the ZBA following his appointments to the PC.
You mean coinciding?
Coinciding, excuse me. Yes, thank you, Don.
Do you want to know what the bylaws say?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So Heidi, I just heard you say something about bylaws. Are you getting the PC bylaws out?
I have them already.
Are you providing them as additional discussion, I guess?
Well, if anybody wants me to read it, I can read it, but it basically says the same thing what you all just discussed. Whether the members read it or not, I got nothing.
And I would just say, unfortunately, there's been so many changes on the PC and so many different, and of course, the person who's at the chair of the PC is controlling the agenda, right? And so, the rest of the members are counting on that person to bring items of business before them. We've had so many, different appointments on the PC. We've had so many different chairpersons of the PC. It seems like, it was very easy for this reappointment or re-recommendation of Carl to be appointed as the planning commission's representative of the zoning board of appeals was just a, innocent oversight on the planning commission's part. Yeah, they're supposed to know their bylaws and everything, but there's been so many changes on there on so many different people that it's hard to keep up with it. And I'm sure they found it hard to keep up, those new people that found it hard to keep up with exactly everything that's in their bylaws.
Okay, but the new people decided that stuff on the bylaws, so, okay, if everybody doesn't wanna read, no worries.
Well, I don't think this has been, this particular topic has been touted anything other than a process mistake. And so all the hoopla that you're spouting off, Cheryl, is all designed by you. And so we're just trying to take care of a mistake that took place and the best way to take care of that. And so I'm not getting involved in the PC's business. You're welcome to. I'm not going to. And so my motion is to elevate Carl to the ZBA as the PC's liaison. And his term on the ZBA will coincide with his term on the PC.
And, so all I'm saying, excuse me, Heidi, thank you. All I'm saying is that for a year and a half, or almost a year and a half, there hasn't been a problem until just the last few weeks.
So excuse me if I chose not to cover up a mistake like you, Cheryl. That's what I have to say to that.
I haven't covered up mistakes. And also, as to Heidi's comment earlier, she seemed to be referring to my email that I sent to all the zoning board of appeals members after the decision by the court, letting them know that the court had affirmed their decision. There's no chain of command issue there. I'm a board member here. I can communicate with the ZBA or the planning commission anytime I want. I attended that hearing, and I wanted them to know that their decision had been affirmed in a timely manner.
And unfortunately, you should have added, the people have a right to appeal, because you made more confusion, Cheryl.
Well, they know that.
No, okay, whatever. Again, you still have, whatever.
I wasn't trying to be a lawyer, Heidi. I just relayed what the
But
judge
you
said.
threw Carl right in another bad position, so shame on you.
No, Carl.
That should have come from the
Carl
chair,
has done
Cheryl.
a great job.
Okay. We'll see.
So I don't know that I have a second. Don, did you second my motion?
I seconded that, Ron.
Okay, good. So are we done discussing this, or you want to?
I am. I'm ready to vote.
Cheryl?
Ready to vote?
Heidi?
Yep.
Roll call when ready.
Baumgart?
No. Go ahead and laugh, trees.
Yes.
Oh,
Go ahead and laugh.
you're such a joke, Heidi. You're a joke.
Awesome, I'm a joke, isn't it?
Yes.
Nice.
Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Next.
I'm still making notes, thank you.
And I would like Deb Graber to be instructed that she needs to get, Carl a packet for the meeting on the 13th immediately, so he can be prepared for that meeting.
New business number 6. Heidi, this is yours. Is this still an item?
Yep.
Okay,
Let's have a discussion. Do I have to make a motion to have discussion if it's an agenda item?
so I believe I will make the motion to discuss how to handle misuse of funds and a policy to define what is proper newsletter material.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Here's where I'm at with that. Did Ardella address that she made a mistake putting the ads in the newspaper run?
I'm sorry, what's the question, Heidi?
Did Ardella make a comment that she had already printed X number of copies, therefore she was gonna keep the ads in the newsletter?
Yeah, I don't remember what the number was, 12 or 1300. But yeah, when I called these items into question as potentially, I'm not going to say misuse, but I'm going to say that not everybody got an opportunity to advertise.
And that was my problem.
And so, you know, if we have a policy that maybe we draw from the hat, which businesses even might want to advertise, and we draw from a hat, and these are the 3 or 4 that get it this time around, then so be it. But I don't know that we have any type of policy. I don't know who was contacted and who wasn't. That was my concern.
Well, if she needed more information for the newsletter, she should have addressed that, is one thing, because she usually does, or she leaves it out if she has too much. But I'm just concerned that not everybody got the opportunity. And that's not fair, because that's the taxpayer's fundage. But to admit that she knew she made a mistake, but she wasn't gonna take it out because she had already printed X number, that kind of shows intent, which was discouraging and really disheartening. But like I said, I'm gonna know by myself on this. So, well, that and the people, I had enough phone calls of why did my business get in here? Whatever, if you want a policy, let's write a policy, but we need to do something, either we're advertising or we're not.
I'm seeing, this is so much ado about
No,
nothing.
it's not,
This is a
Cheryl, and I
complete-
wasn't finished.
This is a complete waste of time. Go back and look in other newsletters and see what events and things have been advertised in newsletters.
Well, that's another good question.
Excuse me, Heidi, you had your chance, okay?
No,
Go
you
back.
cut me
You
off.
can go right on the township website. You can go scroll down to the bottom, and there's the newsletters back to spring of 2020.
I understand that,
You can
Cheryl.
find where the Strawberry Social was advertised, Traverse City Horse Shows. I mean,
That one really pissed people off.
we have done this forever and ever. The only complaint that Della got was from Denise Peltonen, who says, why wasn't I included in there? And Della didn't even know that Denise Peltonen has a fruit stand. Okay, so if she had known that, if Della had known that, she would have included her. This is a complete waste of the board's time. Della has been putting events and things and calling, you know, when Renee's House of Quilting has a tent sale, that's gone in there. It's not anything that these people have to pay for. It is trying to get out to the people, as we have a newsletter going out, things that are going on in their community. There is no newspaper here, okay, for Whitewater Township. Elk Rapids News doesn't put these things in. You know, Traverse City Record Eagle doesn't put these things
People
in.
pay for them.
There's, it's ridiculous. There's
They
been
get to
countless
write it
news.
off, Cheryl.
Excuse me, Heidi, you're interrupting me again.
I am.
There's been no quote unquote misuse of township funds. And you know, Dell's always looking for content. If somebody came to her and said, hey, would you put this in there? You know, Dell would evaluate that and make sure that businesses need, you know, get the same opportunity. I mean, come on, this is a little township newsletter that this is just, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. And honestly, and you know, Dell's been on the board longer than anybody here. She says this has gone to legal before, there's not been a problem with it. Maybe she can supply you with what legal said about that. But honestly, we got some butt hurt by one fruit stand owner in the township who didn't get included along with all the other farmers markets. And they want to make a big deal and get their friends, Deborah Gale, Connie Highmore, Vicky Bean,
Oh my
the same
God,
little
you
people
can't do
in
this,
here
Cheryl,
to-
that's slander.
in here to
Oh,
complain
Lord.
about it. It's just a waste of the board's time. It's a complete waste. This agenda item being.
It's a waste of my time.
And now,
other people
and now,
in
you
different
know,
communities.
and now, you're doing the July newsletter yourself, Heidi. So Della said she's not gonna do it. So there won't be a July newsletter unless you do it, Heidi.
Yeah, weigh in, Ron.
Yeah, anything to get away from.
Yeah, I think we're caught down in the weeds on the issue. You know, the newsletter, and what was the number, I think, for a printing, was it like $1,300, $1,500? Was that inclusive of postage to get a mail? And let's just say, you know, and I know Treasurer Bennick is volunteering your time, rightly or wrongly, you know, if this were an additional services compensation, you may be saying that for this township to put out quarterly newsletters are probably in the neighborhood of $7,500 to $8,000 if it was being fully funded. And maybe it should be. When you get I would opinion that when you're getting to that type of money, that I was very surprised that there was not a P&P administrative session that talks about what the guidelines are, what the township's policy is on newsletters in terms of content and things that allowed or not. And I thought that the seriousness of it is approached by the fact that, you know, there is a Michigan Common Law, MCL 41.110C. And I think that although it's talking about appropriations, expenditures and purchases, there's some things in there in that MCL that relate to newsletters or communications with citizens. I think these types of arguments or these types of interpretations or these types of discussions, issues seem to me to go away if we could develop a policy around newsletters. What, you know, how often goes out, how is it produced in terms of, you know, is there somebody being compensated or relied on by volunteers? But more importantly, defining the.
What goes in it, the content.
There, you know, it talks about here that, you know, D is to maintain and circulate a publication to disseminate information regarding township improvements, activities and functions. And I think that, I think that's a really broad basis of statements that can be interpreted as for anybody to fit their narrative. What I'm suggesting is that maybe we should distill that down, and it's in today's environment, here's by way of example, things that go in there and things that don't go in there. And build out a policy. And it's a living, breathing document. That document could change 2 years from now, 4 years from now, as future boards see fit. But it seems that we don't even have a jumping off point to say, you know, who is, you know, greatly appreciate Treasurer Bennick taking that bull by the horns and running that program. But I think it also is a disservice by not helping her have those guidelines to work within. And I propose that we should be looking at some framework for a policy.
So I would like to take a couple of minutes. I have been looking at this for a number of months. And the reason that made me look is there was some discussion I was involved in. I don't remember where it was. It might have even been the MTA that talked about electronic signboards and townships that have the electronic signboards, or any type of signboard for that matter, right? And the discussion was, who controls what goes on that signboard? We talked a little bit about this when we approved the high prey Little League signs. What happens if one of the advertisers maybe was not of our liking, the township's liking? How do we limit somebody's free speech, right? So that's what this thing all borders on, and it's a very complex situation, as you've kind of touched on, Don. If we allow someone to say something, how do we prevent someone else from saying something we totally disagree with? And my research shows we really don't have a leg to stand on. And so, you know, many of us saw the, well, it was down on Cram Road, a blank Biden sign. It was a flag, right? We've seen them, and I'm sure we'll see some for Trump. It is their First Amendment rights. And so this policy that you're talking about, Don, really ought to be just for township events. And that way we don't have to worry about limiting someone's freedom of speech. So that's my thought on the policy. And then I will direct everyone's attention to Policy and Procedure Manual 6.2, which says the supervisor shall be the public information officer for the township and shall be responsible for publishing a township newsletter twice a year, spring and fall, preparing public service announcements, media releases on township government events, and responding to inquiries from the media or referring contact to other appropriate township officials. So our current policy says I'm responsible for the content. Doesn't say I'm responsible to create it. And our current policy says public service announcements, media releases on township government events, and responding to inquiries from the media. So we don't follow 6.2 for some reason. I honestly didn't know it was there, but there it is. So, you know, I join with you, Don, in thanking Treasurer Bennett for doing this all this time. But clearly, the decisions of what to print fall to me.
Yes, they do.
So I think we could take 6.2 and I think that we could modify it, clean it up a little bit, but I kind of like the bones of it. It says public service announcements and media releases on township government events. That's it. That's what's supposed to be in the newsletter. I'm done.
So if she's not gonna do it, we don't really have to send one out, or we could you could ask for articles and then put something together.
I will not. I mean, I will approve what gets, I'll approve draft stuff, but I'm not gonna take on publishing it. I can help somebody outsource it. But to Don's point, I'm sure that's going to be relatively expensive, especially if it doesn't go out with the tax bills.
Well, this one would go out with the tax bills, the bigger one does not.
Well, July tax bills go out, so I don't know why it
Right,
wouldn't.
so it'll be a smaller newsletter, because it goes with the taxes.
And of course, the 6.2 says spring and fall. So the fact that we were putting something out in July is contrary to our policy and procedures. So I think, Heidi, that this, but I don't agree with 100% of what you said here. I believe that it is an item that we need to address as a board. And I think from my perspective only, we need to take a look at equal treatment of all of the township residents as far as their First Amendment rights. And I think by not advertising anyone's personal comments, we stay in a legal, clean area.
Stay neutral.
So I think that this deserves more development, and I'd be happy to work with anybody who wants to try and develop it.
I'll give you the hand on it, Ron.
Okay. And I think 6.2 offers a good starting point. And I think we just bring it back to the board and try and address some of these things. I do like Ardella's idea of trying to advertise our local small businesses. But maybe there's a way that we can do that from our own perspective as board members. And therefore, it's not the individual's advertisement, it's the board's support of these businesses. And that might be a legal question of whether or not we're breaching somebody's First Amendment rights. I don't know. And quite honestly, First Amendment rights, that's a black hole I really want to stay away from.
What if we looked at it like the churches look at it? If you advertise in the newsletter, you have to pay. These people get to write this advertising off. So anytime you buy advertising and you have a small business, it's a write-off for you.
They're also taxpayers. They're already paying taxes.
And that doesn't address my concern about somebody saying blank Biden or blank Trump in some of their freedom of speech. And I just don't want to deal with that as a board. I just want to steer clear. And if suppressing personal, and I realize none of what Ardella printed was personal, but it wasn't created by us as a board. So did we discuss this to everybody's liking?
So are you gonna put something together where it will just be available in the spring and the fall? Or are you gonna still do for a year?
They're done for a year, ever.
The policy and procedure manual says 2.
Yep.
Where we come up with the third one, I don't know. Cheryl, is there an updated number 6 that maybe I don't have?
No.
You think, I don't, let's see, this appears to have a 6/13 of 2011 revision date.
Hasn't been revised since I've been on the board.
Yeah, I don't remember 6 ever coming before us. Matter of fact, I don't ever remember reading 6 before, quite frankly.
So the end of this agenda item is that you and Don Glenn are gonna work on a newsletter policy and bring it back at a future date, correct?
Do you concur, Don?
Yes, I think we wanna look at, section 6.2. And, if there's modifications that are needed, I think we should address those and bring those back to the board.
All right. Heidi, are you good with that?
Yep.
Cheryl, are you good? Sorry, I didn't hear
It's
you.
fine the way it is. I think you've lost your newsletter person, so get ready to have to write those yourselves.
Well, anybody can quit anytime they want. Doesn't bother me a bit.
That's right. No, sounds
So
like you do.
I think we dealt with new business number 7 already, so that brings us to new business number 8.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2412 approving Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative's Metro Act permit.
I will second for discussion purposes. Would anyone else like to go with their questions before me? Please take the floor. All right.
I'm just
I'm just
getting,
reading
go ahead, I'm
that.
just getting there, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I guess.
My link don't work.
No, mine didn't. I'm, you know, looking at this and I've only seen a couple of these, but I didn't understand this to be radically different than what we had approved in the past on several other ones. I guess I don't have any specific questions.
Okay. Heidi?
I could open it before, but I can't open it now, but I don't really have any other questions other than, is this a reoccurring issue?
No, typically once folks have, that's interesting. Mine won't open either. Typically, once somebody has a permit in place, all they do is amend their current permit with a new map.
Yeah,
That's typically what happens. Yeah, so the map just basically explains the extent to which someone is going to use the road right of way.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, and then from those maps, it's my understanding that the Metro Act folks calculate the payments to the various local jurisdictions.
Correct. You gotta download that to your drive if you want it to open.
I didn't quite understand your statement there, Heidi.
I downloaded it to my drive and I was able to open it.
Okay, all right, and mine has come up now too, so. Are there any other questions? So my questions begin on the permit page 18. And it's the map, I'm sorry, 17, it's the map. It's the map of the entire township, south of M72.
Yep.
Where is their work? This tells me no footage, no nothing. Are they working in all of the township south of M72? Am I missing some lines on the map? So what I read in the rest of the permit is that Wolverine Power wants to take off of their power poles lit fiber optics, and they want to bury it. That's the interpretation I got. The one line that Wolverine appears to show through the township only has a road right of way along what appears to be Supply Road for about 4 or 5 miles. Is that the section that this permit covers? Is just the Supply Road corridor there?
It's a good
And I
point.
can't, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that's a good point.
I can't imagine lit glass, fiber optics, being on a transmission line. I can picture it being on local distribution lines that would feed our house, for example. So I have questions there. And in no way does any of these items that I bring up, I think we can approve with contingencies. That's my goal here. And then the second set of questions is packet page 24, again, permit page 24 is not completed.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about that too, but okay,
I assume,
after we vote, it gets done?
well, Whitewater Township, County of Grand Rapids, Cheryl's put in the resolution number, and I suggest that we type that in there so it looks professional. Same with Whitewater Township, Grand Traverse County be typed in. Easy fixes, again, we can approve with modifications. Similar on packet page 26. The permit is not complete. Municipality shall mean blank township and blank county. Typically, if a permit is not completed, the zoning department would probably not act on it.
Correct.
They would ask for a completed form. But I think these are small enough that the board could potentially, again, approve with conditions or as amended. Packet page 37, 12.1.1 is blank. Again, incomplete application. Packet page 38, incomplete. And finally, the last page, I believe, is 41, which is another map. Same as the first map. No additional. The exhibit says public right-of-way to be used by telecommunication facility. And the only thing I see is that small section of Supply Road. Does everybody see that?
Yeah, to the north side of Supply Road.
Yes, yep. The rest of that, I'm assuming Wolverine has an easement across the state land. That's what I'm assuming. And so because this is such a small area, I would expect some type of demarcation or mileage indication of what's being used in Whitewater's right of way. Because I wouldn't want them to pay for that whole thing, you know, across what, arguably maybe 5.5 miles of township where they have an easement. Because Metro Act only applies in the road right of way.
Right.
Cheryl, you have apparently talked to these people. Any input on
I'm
these
not talking to
questions?
people, they just sent me the documents and I brought them to the board.
Okay,
They don't have any construction plan per their, application.
yeah, they've submitted it as exhibits. So,
They say on page 5 of the agenda item, description of project 2.4, no additional. That's all fiber lines installed previously on existing Wolverine-owned poles. No additional construction is expected.
yeah, and that's why I said it appears they're just moving above ground lit glass to underground.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, they show their existing, on exhibit 2, existing and proposed facilities.
What page is that,
All
Cheryl?
we've got is the, I don't know, page, because you've already been on it, it's the one with the red line. They have transmission lines, that's all they have. So,
So your thought is under section 2.4, page 5, section 2.4, your thought is they're coming to us after the fact because they have fiber lines installed previously on existing Wolverine-owned poles.
that's what it says.
No, so you're thinking they're coming to us after they've already installed this stuff. They're not moving it, they're not doing nothing. They're just now coming clean and saying, oh, hey, we owed you money all this time. And now we're gonna agree to the Metro Act fee.
Well, I don't think that's an assumption that we can make. A representative of their company would have to answer that question. And I can't believe that the Michigan Public Service Commission would have let them install anything without some kind of, you know, I don't know, maybe they just acquired these poles. I don't know. And this stuff was previously installed by a prior company. I don't know.
Good point. Good point. So how does the board want to move forward with this? I mean, it appears that this came into us on what, May 7? Is that the date I read? I'm getting back there.
Yeah.
And so we actually have 45 days to approve it, which won't get us to our July meeting. So again, thinking that taking Cheryl's observation, which could be as correct as mine, that this glass had already been installed some number of years ago, and they just haven't committed to the Metro Act fee, but now want to do that. Does it matter to the board? Would we seek back compensation, in other words?
How do you know we didn't get compensation already if these poles were previously owned and these lines, I'm sorry, were previously owned by another company? We have numerous Metro Act companies, you know.
Well, in that case, in that case, well, that's another good question. How do you assume someone else's permit? Maybe you don't.
No, I'm not saying they assumed their permit, I'm saying they bought their infrastructure.
Yeah,
I don't know that to be the case, I have not
yeah,
talked.
I don't either. I don't either. All good points. And so does it matter to the board?
45 days, so you have to move.
Does it matter to the board about previous compensation if owed? How about that question? I mean, I think we're talking 5 cents a foot or something like that. So we're not talking a huge deal.
You know, they could have explained this a little better, why they're now just in the position of coming to the township wanting a permit for existing poles and lines. I don't know why that is. But I really don't see why the township wouldn't approve it. I mean, it's already there. It's already there.
Correct.
There's no construction for them to do.
Yeah, I agree with Cheryl in this particular case. However, I do want it cleaned up so we know exactly the lineage or the footage of this request. And I don't believe their maps do that. I think they owe us a better map, and I would be willing to approve on that condition. And even if it was the same map, but they indicated the number of feet or miles that they believe is included in this particular project, be it already installed or not. They're just telling us what the scope is in the road right of way. That way we don't have to guess. The Public Service Commission doesn't have to guess. It's the applicant's responsibility to tell us.
That's a reasonable condition.
I think so. And the other items I brought forward, is it a big deal if we just fill in those blanks, Whitewater Township, Grand Traverse County, so on and so forth? I mean, would the board consider that something they could approve as a condition?
Well, the blanks have to be filled in. So, I mean, I think that's just assumed that the blanks will be filled in.
Well, I'm asking the board if they feel they want a complete application, i.e. then this gets denied because it's not completed. But I actually believe that is our responsibility as a township to complete. If I understand the Metro Act process, it's our responsibility to do that.
It is, you either opt in or out.
I don't have a problem with us completing it. I mean, getting the specifics in there. But there's no way that we can redo the map. They're gonna have to provide us with that distances.
Yeah, either in a number or an accurate map. Is that kind of the board consensus?
I'm on board with that.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Heidi?
I'm good. As long as we get a new map, because that one's not real good.
Well, okay, so just to be clear, I would be fine using the maps they submitted, but indicating in a different color instead of just red, maybe a double line red, where they think the road right of way is and what the distance is.
That was
So I guess that is a new map, Heidi. You're right.
Yep.
So looking at Cheryl's motion, Don't write anything here, Cheryl. I'm just trying to wordsmith something out loud. And anybody who's got something already written, please feel free to put it forward. Motion to adopt resolution 2412, approving Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative Metro Act permit on the following conditions. Map, updated map, accurately reflecting right-of-way footage.
Right away, right of way distance and location.
I think the location along M72 is shown relatively accurate.
M72?
I'm sorry, I meant to say M70, or yeah, Supply Road. Thank you, Don.
I mean, it's along very little Supply Road.
I'm sorry, Cheryl?
Well, where it actually is along Supply Road is not very far.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So, you know, this requirement, I believe, really helps Wolverine as well, because I don't want them paying for Metro Act fees across the entire 6-mile width of Whitewater Township.
Well, maybe they're obligated to. I don't know.
Well, that could be. I mean, that's a possibility, but
If you
to my
read,
knowledge,
okay, if you read in the whole application thing, it's not just to roads, it's to easements as well. So, let me find that page here. Okay, so it doesn't apply just to roads.
that's an entirely new twist, which we should then let Cherryland Electric know about.
Well, I'm sure they know that.
Well, I know that 186 uses the Cherryland poles, and we don't get any Metro Act fees from Cherryland.
Well, okay, where I'm going at with this is on page 3. This is an application pursuant to sections 5 and 6 for access to and ongoing usage of the public right of way, including public roadways, highways, streets, alleys, easements, and waterways in the municipality for a telecommunication system. So this isn't limited just to, I mean, easements, they obviously have an easement across all of Whitewater Township for those transmission lines, just like Consumers Power. But I think Consumers Power owns the land under their lines. But, and I don't know here, but it says easements, it says waterways even. So, that's what the act allows.
So my only exception to your read there, Cheryl, and I understand it, it's, and again, rereading this is an application pursuant to section 5 and 6, Metropolitan Extension Telecommunications Right-of-Way Oversight Act, for access to and ongoing usage of public right-of-way.
Means underground.
No, public right of way would indicate that it's a public use or open to the public, right? So the question now is, does this 6-mile easement across Whitewater Township, is that open to the public? Cheryl said it best when she thought Consumers Power owned the land underneath the power lines. I don't know that this is the case. And so I wonder even if this is a moot point, because if we ask them to define the footage covered by this Metro Act, would that answer all of our questions?
Ron, go to page 5 of the Google document, starting at the bottom,
Okay.
2.6, and reading into page 6. And their answer to 2.6, I think, at least I may have overlooked it, but it just, I think it goes back to what somebody had observed, that Wolverine currently maintains transmission lines in the public way and no more construction will occur.
So to me, that means public roadway. Is that where you were going with that, Don?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I think if the map better defined where this public way is at and what its length is, that would answer all of our questions.
I would agree.
And actually, much of that is probably going across state land.
Oh, that's a good point, Cheryl. I don't know who owns that. Yep. Could be.
Much of the southern part of the township, especially when you get down around there, is public land, state land. So,
I think the smart thing to do is just have them define the distance that this permit covers. And we let all these other questions go by the wayside. If Wolverine wants to pay us for all 6 miles, will we take that money? I'm going to say yes.
well, if we get a check, we're not gonna send part of it back.
My point exactly. So back to wordsmithing. An appropriate and again, still wordsmithing, Cheryl. Motion to adopt resolution 2412 approving Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative Metro Act permit contingent upon updated maps detailing, and here's where I go wrong, scope, footage is what I want to say, because I want them to tell us the distance, but that really doesn't play in well with those words.
You could just say linear feet of,
Public way?
or miles of, Wolverine's facilities in Whitewater Township or something.
What was your term, Cheryl? Did you say lineage?
Linear.
Linear. You said linear. So thinking about that word, Cheryl's motion as printed in the packet plus the updated map describing total linear footage covered by this application?
That sounds right to me.
Motion to adopt resolution 2412 approving Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative Metro Act permit contingent upon map depicting total linear distances of the application.
So Cheryl had made the initial motion, seconded by Pop. Cheryl, is that going to suffice for a redo in terms of your motion?
Yeah, I think really what we would do is just probably remove our first motion and second.
Well, no, that's my motion to decide if I don't want it or not. I'm trying to fix your wording. So, to me, you would say, the motion I gave, subject to a Wolverine supplying a map depicting the total linear, the total,
Distances?
yeah, total linear distance of the right of way, of the
that
proposed
applies-
right of way.
That applies to this application?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's this
Yeah,
application,
okay, yeah, sure.
so.
Sounds kind of wordy, doesn't it? I like the subject too.
Yeah.
How about,
So
go
I'll have
ahead.
a motion to add, subject to Wolverine supplying a map depicting the total linear distance of the proposed right of way.
Can you repeat that, Cheryl?
The original motion with the addition of subject to Wolverine supplying a map depicting the total linear distance of the proposed right of way.
I think right of way is wrong. And I think the word permit should be, or application should be installed there. Because
Okay, let's change it to application.
to
We don't
your,
know what we're talking about.
well, your earlier point, Cheryl, also included easements, right? And so I can't argue that determination because I don't honestly know. But if it did, then I would want them to answer, oh, well, there's only 1 mile of road right of way.
But the right of way includes all of those things that I listed out earlier that are depicted in the bolded paragraph on page 3. But if you want to change right away to application, I'll do that.
Does that read okay?
I don't know that, I guess I don't know. Linear distance of the proposed application, linear distance in the proposed application?
Yep, I think that sounds better, Cheryl.
subject to Wolverine supplying a map depicting the total linear distance to be utilized in the
I think just in the application covers it for me, trying to save words.
in the proposed application or the application?
Good point.
Well, I said proposed application, so I'm trying to find out if we're gonna take proposed in or leave it in or put it out.
I think in is better. What do other board members think?
I'm not sure that it matters, I can't distinguish between the two.
Shouldn't be
Okay.
as hard.
No, it shouldn't, not in Benton Lee.
One final read before we go to a vote?
The motion is to adopt resolution 2412 approving Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative's Metro Act permit subject to Wolverine supplying a map depicting the total linear distance in the proposed application.
I like it.
You seconding it, Ron?
Are you seconding it, Ron?
I think we're still in discussion, but feel free to do so if it moves you.
Well, you provided the first second.
Okay, so I'll second that. Motion made and seconded.
Yeah, that's the only reason I brought it up.
So we haven't dealt with the blanks in the application yet. Is it just a foregone conclusion that we would fill those in?
Yeah, they have to be filled
I would
in.
hope so.
It's not gonna get signed until they're filled in.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought we settled that a while ago, Ron.
So did I.
okay. So no motion needed. Got it. Any further comments or discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett is absent. Pop?
Yes.
Mommy?
Yes.
Cheryl, will you provide that motion in writing so I can reach out to the applicant and have them define the map better?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I was concentrating on something else. Did we
said
vote
sure.
there? Okay, all right. So we're ready to vote?
We're done voting.
We did it
Okay.
right.
My attention was taken away, sorry. Goss to provide final motion for utility contact.
It's 4-0.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
absent.
All right, so I think that brings us to the end of our agenda, magically. And so, do I have any people in the township hall that would like to make a public comment?
There's none.
I see none. All right, and so is there anyone out in Zoom land that would like to make a public comment? Please use the raise your hand function.
Well, I mean, you skipped board comments and discussion, you skipped announcements, what?
I'm sorry, I was working
Just skipping
off
those
of,
things?
yeah, I'm sorry, I was working off of not the agenda. I'm sorry. We'll go back. So we ended new business. Any tabled items, board comments or discussion?
None.
Hearing none. I'm sorry, Don, did you say something?
None for me.
Okay. Announcements, regular township board meeting, July 9th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Now, how about anybody wishing to make public comment? I see no hands up on Zoom, and I see no one in Whitewater Township Hall.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I will accept that. I will second that motion, Don.
I have a hand. Oh, no, guess not.
I will accept that motion, Don.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
I did.
I made the motion.
Yeah, got that part, I heard a bunch of racket.
Okay, sure.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call ready.
Bennett is absent, Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
And that is at 12:58.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.